feature public comment. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Remotely, we have Mike Tejan.
Here.
All right, we hear you. I assume everyone else can hear and be heard. We don't need to do that for in-person people. And we have with us Diane Wackel, Assistant Town Administrator, who is the acting Town Administrator this week while our Town Administrator is on vacation. And we have all sorts of other wonderful staff who will be with us at different points of the meeting. I will note that we're taking a couple of agenda items out of order so that people that are only here for one thing can get out of town hall or on with their evenings a little bit faster. And so you may notice a couple of jumpiness relative to the agenda. First thing, however, as always, is public comment. If there is anyone in the audience, either remote or in person, that wishes to address anything to us other than things that will be on the agenda, please raise your physical or electronic hand and I'll be happy to recognize you. I'm going to move here to the attendees so I have a better chance of seeing an electronic hand up. However, I see no hands up, either electronic or in person, so we will move along. And after public comment, we have Police Sergeant Demos. I apologize. I will.
Adjuvenitis.
Yes, thank you. Talk just about a couple of things. Demos, I'm going to bring you in. This one, how do I, there we go, good. All right, so we're doing some appointments of special police officers, which is an annual item. Demos, if you could unmute and turn on your camera if you'd like. Sergeant may be having some technical difficulties.
Can we ask him to unmute?
Yeah, I'm going to do the ask to unmute and see if that, I mean, he did come into the meeting, so he's aware. Yep, he's unmuted now. Sergeant, can you hear us? We neither see nor hear you. We do, however, have some things in our packet which might allow us to guide. Do you want to try to guide us through this item?
Yes, I'm happy to speak to
Okay,
it.
thank you. And Demos, if you figure out a technical thing, can get you heard, feel free to jump in at any time.
Okay, you have before you a memo from Chief Griffin regarding the annual reappointments of special police officers. Erica Abro and Bruce Tate have been special police officers, I think, for at least a couple of years now. This is an annual reappointment, and so it'll be effective July 1 through June 30th, 2025.
Anyone have any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the board to vote to reappoint Erica Abro and Bruce Tate as a special police officer for a one-year period through June 30th, 2025.
Second.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Julianne. We do need to do a roll call vote because we're in hybrid mode. So let's see. Lisa, sorry, any other discussion before we vote?
No.
No. Lisa.
I vote aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Aye.
Laura? Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We have special police officers. Thank you very much. I know, obviously, we couldn't hear you tonight, but I know you helped us guide Diane in the office through getting this done, so we appreciate that. All right. Next up, we're going to take Isabella Caruso. Would you like to come up? All right, so we have Health and Human Services Director Isabella Caruso, new to that position. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk about the ratification of the intermunicipal agreement for the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health.
Excuse me, if you'll indulge me just for
Yes,
a moment. I just
absolutely.
wanted to introduce Isabella as Northborough's first Health and Human Services Director. We had an interview committee that consisted of a member of the Youth Commission, a member of the Board of Health, Brian Griffin, Chief of Police, and myself, and Isabella came up as the top candidate, and we're pleased to have her. And I think I just wanted to add that all of the candidates were qualified. Each offered a different perspective. Isabella was chosen as the top candidate. Most notably is her passion and enthusiasm for public health and her proven track record in successfully securing and managing grant funding. During her tenure as interim health director, Isabella has demonstrated a collaborative leadership style, emphasizing open communication and teamwork, and has quickly gained the trust of the health department team and the organization as a whole. Solid leadership and continuity that Isabella can offer as the Health and Human Services Director will be extremely valuable in developing the newly created Health and Human Services Department. Please join me in welcoming Isabella as our new Health and Human Services Director.
Congratulations.
Please introduce her.
I'm very, very excited, and we're already very busy.
And now her first order of business.
Yes.
First of many. So the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health is our shared service arrangement from the state. It's our about $500,000 grant from the state. So that's Boylston, Northborough, Southborough, and Westborough. So in July of 2021, we had our first intermunicipal agreement, and we are at the end of that. It ends at the end of June, so we're looking to create a new contract, as you see in your packet. So this was created by an attorney through Massachusetts Association of Boards of Health, and it has been approved by all 4 town councils. So basically the whole contract is just sharing that this is a shared service arrangement. Northborough is the host, so we will hire the staff. You know, it's long, as we talked about through this kind of whole health and human service creation, it's a long-term grant. So I think in the contract, it actually says 25 years. So we will, you know, reevaluate this contract as we see fit. And then on Exhibit B is kind of all the special projects and services that Greater Boroughs offers, as well as the different positions and services that the 4 towns can participate in. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any. This is just, you know, another IMA that we've already had in effect. It's just ours is expiring.
Questions? Board.
I have a question. I have just 2 quick questions. So if a town decides to opt out, what does that mean for the grant money?
So we have a base amount of funds, and then there are a certain amount of extra funds per, you know, we're probably one of the smaller regions, so I don't think our funds would change at all. There, you know, we might see a small reduction because we're servicing less towns. But at that point, another town could, you know, express interest if they wanted to join, and that would be a whole other process through the state.
And also in Exhibit B, where you did outline all of the services, so each town, I'm assuming then, will have their social service person?
Social services, like a social worker?
Yeah.
So that social services is not through this grant. So the Health and Human Services of Northborough, that the social worker will be a town employee, and it won't be shared. It'll
Okay.
just be for Northborough.
Great, thank you.
Other questions or comments?
No, thank you.
I had one question on staffing. I believe your prior role was the epidemiologist through this,
Yes.
correct? So that position is open, and
Yes,
you're
and so
looking
is the
for-
shared service coordinator.
Okay,
So Diane and I have a lot of positions
Okay.
to start filling.
yes. Okay, great. As with all things, if there's anyone either in the audience physically or remotely, have any questions about this? Feel free to raise your hand at any time on any agenda item. Okay, seeing no further questions and no comments, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve and execute the intermunicipal agreement for the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health and Public Health Excellence for Shared Services Grant as presented by Health and Human Services Director Isabella Caruso, and authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the board.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
And Mike?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations.
Thank you so
You've
much.
got your first approval. Thank you very much for joining us, Isabella.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next up, we have Jason and Tom Scanlon to discuss our annual audit. I see Tom here, so I'm going to, would you like me to bring him right in?
Oh, sure, yes.
Yep. Okay. Tom, I'm bringing you in. If you could unmute and turn on your camera if you'd like. So Jason is our town finance director, and for the next few weeks at least, also the town accountant simultaneously, and Tom has been our auditor for the last couple of years.
This is our third year.
Third year,
Of
yeah.
working with Tom.
Okay, all right, you want to
Oh,
get the
sure.
ball rolling?
I'll leave it. Obviously, it's, the audit report that we're going to be discussing tonight is for the fiscal year 23. It's the year that ended activity through June 30th, 2023. So some time has passed since then. But annually, the town's code provides that we will do an annual fiscal audit from an independent outside auditor should the state not provide one. In my years of experience since I started in this role in 2008, the state's never provided for one, so again, the town's responsible for hiring an auditor and having an outside independent CPA firm review our books. So through this process, it's a majority of what Tom's looking at is the accounting records for the town, and it's my work that he's reviewing. At the end of this, he produces a management letter that has items that report things that don't come to the level of, and I should back up for a second, Tom might be able to explain this, but the highest review that an auditor will give a town is unqualified opinion. So they'll say that our numbers are presented as unqualified. They didn't have to change our numbers at all, and I believe that is the result that we had through our audit this year. So they don't give you, flying colors or anything like that. It's unqualified opinion and no material weaknesses. So I am pleased to report that was the result of the audits this year. The end product is a collection of financial statements that are on the accountant's webpage. So if anybody wants to refer to those, they can go to the town accountant's website, webpage to the town's website, and all of the years are listed there. The other finished product is in the packet is the management letter, and that's items that the auditor has identified that could be improved, or items that don't amount to a material weakness. They're not emergencies per se, but they're just items that he wants to bring to the board's attention. So I'll let Tom speak now.
Sure. Hi, Tom.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
We hear you fine.
Oh, good. Never know how technology is going to work. So this is our third year with the town. And just to back up, we're doing a financial audit, and what that is we're assessing risk on your financial statements. Like our main objective is to opine on your financial statements that they're free of material misstatement. So the users out there, or your bond rating agencies, and your granting award agencies, they're the end users of our financial statements. And we design our audit procedures just solely based on risk. It's a risk assessment process. So when we look at your financial statements, your two main assets on your balance sheet are your cash and investments and your accounts receivable, which will be your property taxes, motor vehicle excise taxes. So we spent a lot of time at the bank statement level in the treasurer's office and at the tax collector's detail, making sure, you know, our motto is, you know, we spend a lot of time on the cash. If cash is balanced, and we look at your significant accounts, which is the processing of your payroll, the process of your invoices, and how they're reflected on your financial statements. And if a resident comes in, pays their real estate bill, and how that transaction is recorded and properly and how it flows through your system, I will say the town does an excellent job on financial reporting. I think that should be commended. When you look at your financial statements, not a lot of risk with them. You're balancing your cash on a monthly basis and your receivables. And the other main objective of the audit too is free cash. I mean, it's a important number. It gets a lot of attention. Again, from our audit standpoint, we want to make sure that number is accurately reflected in your financial statements, that a grant does get reported to the general fund and vice versa. General fund revenue is not sitting out in a special revenue fund. So that's kind of like our process as we go through. And I will say you have in my opinion and my staff's opinion, you have an excellent financial management team. And as a managing board, I'm an independent outside source. It's something I would want to hear, because I'm definitely, I do give bad news a lot of times too. So it is nice working with a town that has financial responsibility on it. And as Jason said, we did give you a clean opinion, unmodified opinion. So when your bond rating agencies are looking at you, they're looking at that specifically. And again, there's no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we found. An instance, like an example of a material weakness would be you're not balancing your cash. You know, you haven't opened up the bank statements. There's transactions that are happening at the government level that aren't being recorded in your financial statements. You don't have any of those. You just have other matters that were kind of, as of course through as we see and we compare to other communities. I think two of the biggest things, I wouldn't even call them like losing sleep over, is you are unique with the COVID. You had insurance monies built up in your COVID accounts. I want to say approximately like 543,000, I think. Is really, I would recommend you getting an opinion from someone how you can spend that money, or if you can spend that money, if you have to return it going forward. That is a lot of money for a town your size. That would be one recommendation I would have. And then two is develop a plan for your ARPA funds. And we've been telling all our communities this is December of 2024 is coming pretty quick. And you're going to have that obligated. And I know a couple of our communities have been experiencing, they started off with projects and they found out they couldn't get the contractors that they wanted to do because they're so behind of impact on COVID for them. So I would encourage, getting on a plan to have it obligated.
Happens to be on our agenda later tonight, so yes.
Oh, I guess I should have looked at your agenda. But yeah, I mean, December 24 is going to come quick, and the definition of obligated, I think has kind of stayed the same, but it seems everything with ARPA things changed. But obligated right now is you have to have a contractor PO in place by December 2024. That doesn't mean we're going to do this project. Like the select board can't obligate the funds. It has to be an actual contract. And again, that could change as December of 2024 comes to, but we've got to operate what we know right now. And yeah, I don't know if anyone has any specific questions about what we do or concerns or anything.
Could the first of the two items that you made mention of, could you maybe lead us to that in the document that you sent?
Yeah, so it's in the management letter. It's the thinner document. And it's comment 1, the COVID monies. It's on page 4.
We have it as one large packet, so there isn't.
It's right here. Comments and recommendations.
Okay.
Status
Oh,
It's the management letter.
okay.
Can I just?
And you'll see comment number 1. So it's the CARES Act is when we're going through that COVID thing, that pandemic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So can I ask,
And so,
so where did that money come from? It's insurance money, you
Yeah,
said?
If,
think
there's a
Jason can
fairly,
explain
there's a
it.
fairly lengthy comment from the prior year that's on here, and that lays it out pretty clearly. It's a scenario that resulted from the COVID, the shared clinics that were run in the town.
Yep.
What happened was the town, when the outbreak of the pandemic happened,
Yep.
the town took on the role of being a host agency for a number of the surrounding towns for holding the vaccination clinics.
Yep.
And we held, they were primarily held at the Westborough Doubletree.
Yep.
So when we took that on as being the host agency, we billed people's insurance that got the vaccinations.
Yeah.
So as a result of that, the other participating towns paid their own participating expenses and filed FEMA claims. We collected all of the insurance revenue and had no exposure to file with FEMA claims. So as a result of that, we ended up, after all these claims got paid out through FY23,
Yeah.
and I want to say in 22, there weren't any further shared clinics. So that was, all that period of time was collecting insurance revenue over that period of time. And we were required to use UMass to UMass Hospital, to their system, to bill insurance for us. And as the insurance claims got paid out, it took that period of time to collect all this money. And it came in. So we're still unclear as to the status of these
Okay.
funds, because generally, if you're a single district filing a FEMA claim, if you get an insurance claim, you have to pay that money back to FEMA, because you can't also collect federal revenue when there's an alternative revenue source in place. So basically, the federal government is the last resort. So in this case, the other towns didn't receive the FEMA revenue. This town did. They flowed into our treasury. So we're sitting on these funds, and we're waiting to find out. I think at some point in the future, the federal government is going to realize that it's paid claims out to the other participating towns and look to recoup that money. So I believe that's probably going to be the outcome for this money. It's going to have to reimburse the federal government for its FEMA claims in the other participating communities. But at the start of the pandemic, I don't know if people remember, and kind of ARPA's in the same category as this, the rules are being made up as we go. So we took on the role as the host agency, and then the rules were developed as we went. So with the CARES Act, with ARPA, and as Tom mentioned, the definition of obligation, the definition of obligation is made by US Treasury, and they've kind of developed what that definition means over time, and they've come out to say obligation means actually issuing a contract. So that's just an example of one of the items that gets defined along the way when these rules are coming out. So again, ARPA, CARES, this FEMA claims, it's all kind of a similar scenario whereby at the start of it, we felt we needed to run these clinics, and we got the vaccinations. We didn't have to pay for the vaccinations. They came through the state. And the disposition of the funds is what's in question now at this point. So we're holding them. We're not spending the money. We're not closing it out to the general fund. So it's not a windfall at this point, but we're trying to get clarification on what to do with the $540,000 now that we know the total amount that's there. And I hope that answers the
Thank you.
question.
I remember
did it in a long
hearing
way,
this. I do remember this now that you mention it.
Okay, thanks. Did you have any follow-up?
No,
on that?
it sounds like we can't do anything with that money, though. We're in a holding pattern just at
Right.
this point.
It's not in the general fund. It's held
Yep.
outside of the general fund. So again, he's calling your attention to it because it's a significant amount of money, and it's a significant question what we
Yes.
can do with it.
Thank you.
We're just waiting.
We're waiting to find out from the officials. So that said, the FEMA and MEMA are well known for taking a long time to give answers and adjudicate these claims. We have a claim for our reopening expenses still outstanding with MEMA, FEMA, and that's the magnitude of about $20,000. So it's understood that these are carrying forward. The deficit of $20,000 is not much in comparison to a $540,000 surplus. But it just, I bring that up because it's evidence of how long it takes to sometimes get to the bottom of these claims with the federal government.
I imagine other communities are, Tom, other communities are dealing with similar issues.
I think this one's unique to Northborough. I think other communities are dealing with deficit accounts, like Jason had referred to at year 20,000. I have some clients that have deficits of 500,000 and waiting for reimbursements. I mean, the environment that we operated in under that first round, the CARES Act, things constantly changed. I mean, I remember giving clients information and guidance and telling them what to do, and then a week later, it was completely inaccurate because they changed the rules. So I think this surplus is unique to Northborough. I mean, probably a handful of towns probably in the same situation, but I just don't want you spending the money and then they claw back 3 years from now asking for it back.
Right. It sounds like Jason is on top of that and will not spend the money until we get guidance. So I appreciate that. Is there any downside to having this money on hand? Do we look wealthier than we actually are in any reports or anything else?
No, because it's sitting out in a non-major fund, which is a special revenue fund, and the bond rating agencies and any grant award, they don't pay too much attention to the non-major funds. When they rate you and they look at you, it's really what's in the general fund.
Okay.
So if this did close out to the general fund, let's say, and you owed it back, yes, it would it would probably have a negative impact on you. But that's why we're leaving it out in that special revenue fund.
Okay. So it sounds like there's not really a downside of holding it onto it the way that it is.
I mean, it is a lot of money, but if we had to pay it out, I don't think that would be considered like a material event on the scale of the size of our budget or our financial statements.
Right.
Could that money earn interest?
It is, yes.
Oh, okay,
So that is a minor benefit of holding on to it. But
okay.
Questions about the audit in general? Julianne?
So on page 10, where it says financial highlights, statement of activities highlights, between 2022 and 2023, am I reading this correctly? Our total expenses went down by over $9 million?
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to ask that question. So government financial statements are unique. You actually have two sets of financial statements. You have entity-wide statements, which take into account your fixed assets, all your liabilities and long-term liabilities. And that's what the statement of activities encompasses. So it's all of your liabilities. It factors depreciation in there where depreciation's not in your budget. So if you look at employee benefits and insurance, that's the bulk of it. They went down $11 million. And what that is, that's directly related to OPEB. So if you look at the OPEB report that Odyssey prepared, and what it was is you had a change in benefit terms with your plan. I believe the town written down correctly.
Tom, I can answer that. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
yeah.
We had one of the senior retiree plans caused a change in OPEB. We were dropped by the Tufts complement plan, which was the most expensive plan in town. We were able to successfully migrate all the seniors that were affected there to what's called MedX, and it's a Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. And the overall cost to the town through our OPEB study reduced by this amount. So this is kind of a one-time effect of that change to retiree health plans.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, that's why when we looked at OPEB, we talked about it in prior years. Like, I think your OPEB liability is what, 32 million?
Yes.
I believe that number somewhere, and I know it's not zero, and it's probably not 32 million, but it's actually determined. And you know, the way you're handling OPEB and the way you're looking at it, you have a healthy trust too. What, do you have like 5.2 million, I believe, is the balance in the trust?
Yeah, at the end
So-
of the year, somewhere in that neighborhood, right?
Yeah, so, you know, this is the effects on your financial statement. So that actually, when bond rate agencies looked at you and they're rating you, that was a positive impact on you. But yeah, that the significant change was OPEB in there.
Yeah, so again, that's kind of the challenge of looking at the full accrual financial statements, and it doesn't reflect an annual year-to-date budget report or what we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. But this is our long-term financial outlook, which involves OPEB, which we pay as we go for retiree health insurance premiums, which go up every year. But the OPEB liability of, we're not going to have a liability of $32 million in 1 year. It's actuarially determined to be $32 million. That's a future cost of future benefits. So this is kind of looking at our full accrual basis of accounting. So it's slightly different from how we do things on a day-to-day basis, and Tom kind of made reference to that this isn't how I look at our budget on a day-to-day basis. This is how our financial statements get prepared that get used by the bond rating agencies and so forth. So it's a long-range view rather than an annual year-to-date view.
Okay, thanks.
You all set?
Laura had a question.
Okay, yeah.
I just got a handful. Thank you for all the work to put the audit together. I appreciate all the efforts that made this possible. In the future, can we get the audit when it arrives? It would have been helpful to have a little bit more time. I think it came in May, a couple of weeks ago. So that's my only comment on that. I'd love to have more time to review it. There was one comment in the letter that mentioned some of the internal controls. If there's going to be any work that we're doing to look at addressing some of those, can we get either regular updates, or is that something we can sit down and talk with you about as you're going through them? That was just coming in terms of, operating efficiency. I know that there was a question about the software for the police department coming on to, are they going to be coming on to Munis, or is there another software that had been suggested that would be better for tracking?
I don't believe any other alternative software has been identified.
Okay.
That kind of got put on pause, that the project of moving into our system just got put on pause based on the changes in the police personnel at the time.
Okay.
I know Chief Liver was retiring when, all during 23, Chief Liver was here.
Yep.
And we kind of postponed that. That wasn't really viewed as a major emergency, but ideally they would be on the same system as the accounting, and hopefully, maybe we would shoot for FY25
Okay.
to get trained and have a process and procedures
Got it.
written up for that.
Got it. And then, so how have we been managing this up until now?
What's that?
So the police department, the internal control, no, just the comment, I'm not even explaining myself clearly. So it's not in Munis right now. How are we tracking it, that it's been identified as?
They have a desktop program that they use
Okay.
it's not a network product, it's on a desktop computer. It's a QuickBooks-like
Okay.
program. And the important point that I would have as a takeaway for this is that many towns run into trouble where they run extreme deficits. They'll pay police officers for details that have been performed, and then the private companies that get billed that they're performing the details for don't pay or go bankrupt and leave a town with a significant deficit. And I will report that we do not have any deficit for the police department details. So in practice, it's an accounting exercise, which
Okay.
is an issue. It's hard for me to look at those numbers because I don't have access to them on a day-to-day basis, but we don't have a deficit, so it's not as big a problem as it might be in other places.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, Jason's correct on that. Like, there's other characteristics about the police off duty, like, we saw large deficits, we didn't see money coming in consistently. I think you'd see this comment a little bit more dramatic. I think it's more of an accounting exercise is, you want to see your accounts receivable fully integrated on your financial statements. So that's why it's an other matter. There's no other avenues. There's no other characteristics that's alarming us. So.
I think that was all my questions on
Okay,
that.
great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Glad you brought up the police department. That was a question for me, too. Anyone else?
I just have one. Since this last one is going to be, it has been in 2023, what's the normal time frame for the audit to happen yearly? Is it every 12 months, 6 months?
Oh, annually. Annually,
Oh, so
every
it's
12 months.
Every 12 months, so this was actually all right then? Because you
Yeah.
kind of intimated that it was later than usual.
Well, typically, I mean, ideally, we would be doing this in the fall, and then we could move on and be just concerned with closing out 24 and moving on to the next fiscal year. So we're still talking about something that's almost a year ago.
Okay.
At this point, the transactions closed almost a year ago. So it's not unheard of. We're not like outside of the norm, but it is later than what would be ideal.
All right, so normally September or October, you might be doing it this year?
Well, typically we would close the books in September or October, and then we'd have the audit in the fall at some point, immediately after the books are closed.
All right.
But that depends on the CPA firm's availability. Tom has a lot of other municipal clients, so we all close at the same time or close in the same schedule. So it's, it can be a challenge to get in. If we're not ready with our books, they're going to move on to one of their other clients that may be.
Okay.
I know we had some staffing jumping around in the fall. Hopefully that won't be the case this year or any other year for many, many years. Tom, is there anything that we can do from our side to get a little bit earlier on your schedule?
I think our plan is we're going to get back on that fall. At least from my perspective, it is. I think we're going to do some preliminary probably work like late summer, early fall with the banks, and then when you close, hopefully close in October and shortly be right in there. We probably won't issue the reports probably until after the first of the year, just because you're a single audit too, which it means you're spending over the federal thresholds, but they just increased it to $1 million. I don't think it's going to affect you for 24 because of the grant. So, but yeah, bottom line, our plans to be on that fall schedule. Hopefully Jason's in line with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on board with that plan.
Great, thanks.
Mike, any questions on the audit from you?
No, any questions I had were brought up by members there in the room, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. There isn't any action for us to take on the audit. It's done. This is just for us to review and ask some questions. Later in the agenda, we're going to be talking about the auditor again, just to extend Scanlon's contract for another 3-year term. So we'll discuss that a little bit later. Just in advance of that, if anyone had, Jason will be here for that item. Tom is free to go after this. But if there's any other general auditor questions that anyone might want to ask him in advance of that item, this would be a good time. Julianne?
So I think I recall in past years, before you became our auditor, that there was a recommendation for the percent of the budget that could easily be debt. And our town is looking at a lot of projects. I want to say it was like between 5 and 10%. If you get really low, you might not be doing a lot of projects. If you get too high, it doesn't look good to the bond rating people. Do you have any recommendations on that, or is this
It's kind of a tough question, loaded question. I mean, a benchmark that is used out there is anywhere between 6 and 10% of your budget for debt service. However, let's say you have a debt exclusion. A debt exclusion it is good because it increases your ability to tax. There's a lot of factors on that, but you know, a strict benchmark is between 6 and 10%. But if you're below it or above it, it doesn't not necessarily has a negative impact on you. Reserves are probably the other benchmark that you should be over between 10 and 15% reserves. It's more probably have an impact
Oh, okay.
on you, but as far as just like strict benchmarks, when you look at your debt budget to your overall budget, somewhere between 6 and 10. I know the bond rating agencies look at that. But again, there's different impacts on it, especially like with debt exclusions and stuff. But hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, Tom, thank you very much for joining us and walking through this tonight. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for moving me up too. Appreciate it.
Sure. Okay, Jason?
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to our next agenda item, which, Jason, you can move back to the audience if you so desire. And now we've got Scott, come on up for your first item.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. So we're going to be talking about the request for ARPA funding for crack repairs to the Milliken Middle School courts. In our packet is a memo from Recreation Director Ally Lane, who I knew was hoping to join us tonight but can't. So thank you for joining us and walking us through this. Why don't you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members. Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director, and as you indicated, Ally Lane is our Recreation Director. Normally she would be here. She's an avid proponent for whatever gets the community outside and active and doing whatever they want to do for exercise and well-being, but unfortunately she can't be. So I'm going to try to fill in. I don't know if anybody's been to the Milliken courts. They're in disrepair. The tennis courts specifically are in bad condition. They've not had the nets installed this year due to substantial cracks and differential cracking. The basketball courts are also in rough shape, particularly the coating surface. Some of it's peeling off. There's also cracking there. So these are asphalt surfaces. They crack like roadways. They're constructed a little different than roadways. Generally, the sub-base can be problematic with them. We did, Ally and I, as well as the school district, looked at possibly a more widespread project to rebuild all the courts and reconfigure things. We talked to the CPC about it. It was very expensive as far as the construction side goes. Through informal conversations we discussed with the commission, the committee, the decision was made to withdraw a prospective application for design services in lieu of trying to figure out how the construction money could come years after. We're talking about large dollar figures to reconfigure everything.
large meaning?
Million plus.
Yeah.
So in order to reconfigure, so when you have pavement and you have poor drainage, the subbase tends to fail. So when the subbase fails, the pavement cracks. You can't just repave it. You need to fix the drainage issue, the underlying condition, the foundation. We have a lot of projects, as you indicated, Julianne, on the horizon. There are a lot of things that CPC is looking at for CPA funds. The decision was made to repair the courts so we can get a handful of years, a half a dozen years out of them, so we can come up with a funding mechanism to possibly rebuild, reconfigure. For all I know, pickleball will be the next middle school sport. I don't know. It's probably going to be the Olympics soon, for all I know. So maybe there's a reconfiguration for pickleball. Regardless, the discussion came about that maybe we should just repair the courts as best we can to get a half a dozen years out of them. We discussed this with the schools. I discussed it with one of our paving contractors that we have had a contractual relationship with in the past. They came out, they assessed the conditions. They're actually the ones who did work on the parking lot at Milliken a few years ago in advance of the handicap accessibility improvements for voting. They came out, they gave us a quote of $85,000 fill the cracks, clean the cracks, repair the cracks, fill the cracks, level the surface, self-leveling material, put a base coat on it, and then color code it for basketball and tennis. The $85,000 was a base price. I provided that to the school district to see what they thought they wanted to do. No idea about funding mechanisms for it, just here is something to fix your facilities. I know the rec department uses the basketball courts a lot in the summertime for programming. The schools, the rec department does not use the tennis courts much, but the community certainly does. And the schools do as well, but the schools have been unable to use them this year. So the school got back to us and said, is there an opportunity for Public Works to assist with contracting for these services through one of our paving contractors? I discussed it with our paving contractor who won the bid this year. They are willing to engage those services under a change order if this board chooses. So the construction cost for $85,000, when you put that through a general contractors have to include overhead, bonds, insurances, anytime a contract price goes up. You add 10% plus another 5%. So the $85,000, adding 10% plus 5% comes out to $98,175. So that's what I'm before you tonight to ask on behalf of Ally Lane, Greg Martineau, Keith Lavoy, anybody who plays basketball and tennis in Northborough, I guess. So that's it in a nutshell.
I will add that in discussions with the school department, they've let us know that the Proctor School roof, which was funded for, I think, 1.7 million, or was it even more than?
No, is that
More,
1.7?
yeah, for, of ARPA money. That project is complete, and they have a little over $25,000 left in that budget, so they're suggesting that we transfer $25,000 from the Proctor School roof, since it's another K-8 school project with ARPA money, and then allocate the additional $73,000 from unappropriated ARPA to fund this, is their request, which I think makes some sense since they've got some leftover money in that project.
Yeah.
Laura?
I love this idea. The courts have been empty for so long, so it'll be nice to get them back up and useful, especially for the students. How quickly would the work be able to get started?
We had hoped that it would be done before July 4th. I reached out to the contractor late last week, and he's looking at the beginning and middle of July. Impact being that the basketball programs that the rec department typically have there starts the week after the 4th of July. So there will be no impacts on the tennis side of things. There may be a delay or a relocation of some of the recreation programs for basketball for a week or two.
Okay. And then the only other question is, I know during elections, you'll see a lot of cars parked on the tennis courts. I'm sure all of us will make that comment, but how can we solve the parking situation for elections if they happen at Melican again? Or am I wrong?
Just don't park on tennis courts and basketball courts.
I know.
That's not where I park.
It's tricky.
We
Do you
should
have a
not do
backup
that.
solution for
Yeah.
this?
I mean,
Those courts are not designed for vehicular loading.
That's right.
Yeah, I think anecdotally that maybe school staff parks there, as opposed to,
Yes.
people going in to vote, as a way of opening up a little bit more space in an overcrowded parking lot. I think, I know after the presidential election, sometime soon thereafter, we're going to have a discussion with our town clerk and probably with the school department
Yeah.
about election location. So it's a bigger question than just parking on tennis courts.
Yeah.
But that's a piece of it.
The recreation programs do often have the children walking from Lincoln Street Elementary School to Melican.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure there's adequate parking at Lincoln Street Elementary School on an election day, so that would be
My
an
only,
option.
and then my only ask back to the school would be that if we do this investment, we have to make sure that if there's any events, that there's no parking on basketball courts under any circumstance. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's
That's not in
I think that's a reasonable thing to send to the school department is, assuming we fund this, and we know that the real project to fix this is $1 million plus. We want this temporary patch, if you will, to last a long, long time, to delay the need for that as long as possible.
and I really appreciate all that Ally's done to advocate for it. My kids go to Melican and it's treacherous. So I'm glad that nobody's gotten hurt because the surface is very tricky. So, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Lisa.
Were there also, talking about parking on the courts, during COVID, wasn't the clinics held there, or there were some areas where there were some pods or such on the courts as well?
I'm not aware of clinics being conducted at Melican. Isabella would be better to answer that, but I do know there were clinics at Ellsworth and Algonquin. But I'm not familiar with them being conducted at Melican.
Yeah,
I remember
did
some
ask.
inside at Melican, but I
Yeah,
don't
not
remember
not
anything else.
outdoors, no.
No, I'd asked a few people, and they said that there was some storage there for those. But again, it's such weight that this is not made for that sort of thing, and that expense looks more like it's from weight. I mean, the cracks look more like from weight than water,
No, I believe that it's foundation failure, yes.
from all of that, because I know the area is wet.
Yeah, weight would likely be a raveling or localized. It looks like it's wet. I mean, if anybody's been on the backfield there, that field is sopping wet. There is a very low-pitched drainage swale behind the courts that runs around the back of the soccer fields. It goes underneath Lincoln Street, over by where the two new houses were built. That is a poor draining swale just because of its grade. So there is very high groundwater there.
Right, and I just want to say that with ARPA money and such, I would personally prefer to have more people be able to avail themselves of what we do with the ARPA money, and not just a smaller area, like there are no handicapped people who'll be able to go play tennis or go play basketball unless they have their own little games. And it's, you know, I just feel that I'd rather see that money go to a bigger project, but I wanted to just say that.
I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's tricky, but there's, the students can't use them, and there's a big school usage. Yeah, no, I totally
And it's
understand.
still, it's a school that, I mean, everybody gets different budgets, and if we look at the whole town, that this, again, is a very isolated area. And some of it is because it probably wasn't taken care of well. And then I'm concerned about the roof leaks that I keep hearing about over there, and maybe that would be a better spending of the money to get the roof leaks fixed. Because you're destroying not only the roof, but the insulation and the floors and everything else where the water's going.
I do wonder, though, while we're looking at this, like, is there a way to make basketball and tennis more accessible to people with disabilities? That might be a bigger question for,
Well, I think they use the same, I think if they wanted to have it, certainly basketball, I've seen men in wheelchairs playing basketball, but I don't know if it's outside as much as inside. I don't know if the floor surface is a little different with the wheels. But,
I like the question.
yeah, I mean, personally, I just think that we've got so many other things that we're one-time events. And that's, you know, my opinion.
Mike, you've got an electronic hand up. Thank
Yes,
you,
I do.
Julia, for
Thank
pointing
you.
that out to me.
Scott, just a question. So, when you say this year, was it the fall school year or the spring that the courts, due to the cracking, the tennis courts were deemed unusable, and then also the basketball courts, you know, that cracking? When exactly or roughly was that determined, if you know?
We were asked to review the conditions so this started in March of '22. I received estimates to repave the basketball courts and the tennis courts in March of '22. At that time, the cracks in the tennis courts had trees growing through them, probably about the diameter of a Sharpie.
Okay.
So I would deem that as unplayable, but I'm a DPW director. I don't know what is safe and unsafe for children to play tennis on. I would not want my kids out there on rollerblades. So
Right.
that was in '22. Whether they continue playing on the surface at that time, I'm not sure.
Gotcha. And then, so I guess a question I have is, and kind of similar to what Lisa was asking, sort of why the use of ARPA funds as opposed to asking, right, for an allocation of funds at town meeting? Do you know why? Was it the timing of the decision to do this patching or these repairs to last a number of years before a long-term solution? Or was it just not decided to bring it to town meeting for an allocation for these repairs?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm here presenting the request on behalf of the school and the rec director, who I believe has her hands up,
Yeah,
Mr.
I didn't
Chairman.
even realize Ellie had joined us. Ellie, I'm going to go ahead and bring you in. If you could unmute, and if you want to, turn on your camera and provide us some insight. She's on her way. Hi, Ally.
Can you hear me?
We hear you fine. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you having me on. I just wanted to answer your question, Mike.
Sure,
The
thanks.
reason we're coming now is because in the winter, I met with the principal and we actually walked the property because during the winter, the kids use that as a brain break space. So they're outside all the time in the winter and they use the courts because there's usually snow in other places and it tends to be able to, you're able to use the courts a lot easier. So we met out there and we talked about the conditions of the courts and whether or not we both felt comfortable putting the nets back up for this spring. We both did not feel comfortable doing that. So one of the reasons we're coming to you now is that this would be the first spring that we have not put the nets up in the tennis courts.
Okay. Okay, all right, so, so yeah, so we decided not to put the nets back up, and it just, the repair request, for whatever reason, just, it never went to town meeting for an allocation of the 100,000, or we didn't have that number, or?
No, what we had put together for town meeting this year was the CPC application for 75,000 to get a design to redo those courts.
Okay,
We put that in. Before we presented it to CPC, Scott did some investigating and did find out that it was going to be well over $1 million the next year in order to fix them. So we didn't want to ask for the 75, knowing that with all the projects coming up, CPC was not going to be able to give us over $1 million to do the project the next year. So we pulled that from this year's warrant for the CPC, which didn't leave us any time to come up with an alternative at that point.
okay, all right,
Does that make
thank
sense?
you. Yes, it does, thank you, Ally, appreciate that explanation.
No problem.
Here in the audience,
uh,
do you still want to speak, Joan? Yeah, of course. Come on up.
Any certain spot?
You could sit over there next to Scott.
Not mine.
Hi, Joan Frank. I'm on the Northborough K-8 School Committee and the Regional School Committee, so good evening. I would just like to say, and I think this, Mike, helps to answer your question, as the town has a 5-year capital plan, so does the schools. And we had this on our capital plan for resurfacing and doing the fence replacement scheduled for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $242,000. So that was just for the repair. And as you know, we've been pushing things out in capital projects because we have so many things in the physical condition of the town and not making a burden to the taxpayers. So that was outlined in a letter dated April 25th, 2024, sent to the town administrator, Tim McErney, and it was sent by Greg Martineau. And I appreciate the town working together with the schools, and even Scott saying how he worked together with Greg and with Keith Lavoie on it. So I think it's a good collaboration, and, you know, and if we do this, I mean, I'm not speaking on behalf of the superintendent or anything, but we know we have this in the capital project, and I guess going forward even for next year, to see if we do the 80,000 this year, how would that impact the capital project? And so, Mike, that answers your question. It was planned as a capital project, maybe for next town year, but you know how we shuffle things around and we have it here and then we can't pay for it, so we put it out another year. So I hope that helps to answer your question.
It does, thank you, Joan, for providing that additional context, thank you.
Thank you.
And then the additional surprise of once the professionals started to look at it and realized it wasn't going to be $250,000 for the whole project, it would be well over $1 million. That changed the calculation.
Right,
and the
definitely.
time-
As
and
we
the
know,
timing a little
prices
bit.
get escalated as we go from one year to the other. If this has been something that was done 5 years ago, we could put that cost in there, but then you have inflation and everything else, the cost of asphalt, manpower, everything increases year to year.
Nice job.
Thank you.
We evaluated the site with our engineers. I came up with a price to overlay the asphalt and recoat it and provide transitions. That's in the range of what Joan is talking about with funds. After walking the site with a couple engineers, one being a landscape architect, another one being a civil, experienced in court construction, we looked at it, and the likelihood of the sub-base being in failed condition due to water is high. One of the pieces of the design, the $75,000 that Ally was talking about, was some subsurface investigations, digging some holes, seeing what the gravel's like underneath. The difference between overlaying a road and digging it all out and putting in new is drastically different. Plus, there's other ancillary improvements that are required once you fully reconstruct. A good comparison is a complete streets project. If I overlay a road, I don't need to do all the sidewalks. If I dig up the road and rebuild it, I have to do the sidewalks. Same thing with the courts. If I overlay it, we can leave well enough alone, so to speak. If we reconstruct the whole thing, it all needs to be to current code. So that expands the scope of a project pretty substantially when you look at it. That's where the two numbers, the million I'm talking about, the 200 the schools are talking about, how those differences exist.
Ally, I saw your hand up.
Yes, I also, I don't want to interrupt what you were doing, but I just wanted to answer Lisa's question from a little while ago when she was talking about having something put on the court. That is absolutely correct. When we were going through COVID, they had 2 large storage containers put on the basketball courts to hold all of the extra furniture because the kids couldn't have seats next to each other, so they had to actually take out half of the desks in the entire in the entire school, and they had nowhere to put them. So there were 2 storage containers that were put there for, I honestly don't want to guess how long, but pretty much the amount of time that they had to separate for COVID.
All right, well, thank you for clearing that up.
No problem.
And we would be able to make sure that we don't use these courts anymore for anything but the games, correct?
I would like that, yes. That was our intention all along.
Okay, thank you.
Joan?
Just one closing statement for me is that I'm on number 20 of details to write back to the superintendent tonight in an email. So I will definitely mention Ally about, and Mitch and the board members about parking on the parking lot, parking on the basketball courts, and also watching where the storage units are.
Thank you.
If my recollection is fine, there is one storage unit that we have all the time that is right outside of the cafeteria and the gymnasium. But if that part is going to be done, I'm going to send an email to Greg tonight to really make sure that there isn't any parking on that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Good.
And
Thank
bring
you.
all your notes that I'm taking to him tonight, okay?
Good job. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Julianne?
Okay, so do both courts have similar drainage problems? The basketball, like the tennis?
Yes.
Okay. And which gets used more, basketball or tennis?
I don't know.
I can answer that.
Glad you're here.
Just as someone who's down there, I run programs there constantly, so I'm there more than anywhere else in town. And the basketball courts are definitely used more than the tennis courts, but I honestly feel it's because of the condition of the tennis courts they just haven't been great for a long time. So I think more people will go to the high school to use the tennis courts than the middle school.
And are the nets at the tennis courts okay? Like, are we looking at replacing them too, or?
Nope, the nets are fine.
Okay.
We reinstall the posts probably 1 or 2 every year. When you have poor drainage in the sub-base, water freezes, it pushes up your foundation, and then it drops it, and then all of a sudden the net post is loose. So every year we're pulling out 1 or 2 of them and putting them in new cement concrete.
Did the contractors maybe suggest that when we do the big project, that we just move the tennis court somewhere else to better drainage area?
Everything would need to be reconfigured. The current layout isn't compliant with safety regulations associated with court construction and use right now. I believe they're too low. I think they should be raised up higher so you can get some sub drainage in. That's just my experience. I mean, anytime you put a new field in or you put any detailed surface in, some sub drainage when you have high groundwater is important. And so the $1 million project would be a full reconfiguration of that area.
But not moving to another location?
I have not.
Maybe better drainage?
I would love to find a nice high and dry spot next to a school where the kids can get out there and we can have twice the space for half the money.
But the $1 million project would also resolve the drainage issue, right?
Yeah, drainage, accessibility, new fencing, safe compliant run-out distance. So when you have a quarter of field and you know, children are playing, you need to have a safe run-out distance. So you can't have a football player running out of bounds and slamming into a wall. He needs to have a certain distance where it's safe, where he can decelerate and not get hurt. Same thing comes with basketball, same thing goes with tennis, or whatever they're playing on courts. So those regulations are constantly being modified and changed based on lessons learned. What would be designed under a full reconstruction would have to comply with those requirements. And I believe it would result in a larger footprint. But I don't design fields, courts for a living, but it just looks a little tight for me.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I may note about the tennis court demand is that when Algonquin completely redid their tennis courts, I think they've converted some of them into pickleball courts, which is great because there's obviously a demand for pickleball, but that also results in fewer tennis courts available in town, and without the ones at Melican available at all right now. There's probably, my assumption, a shortfall in supply relative to demand.
I've actually gotten quite a few phone calls of people inquiring why the nets aren't up and how do they get the nets up. So I do know that the community is looking for them.
Oh, that's good information, thank you.
Great, thanks. Ed. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Comments?
So I guess one more question.
Sure.
For people who are concerned about the, 73,000 or whatever it is for both, is there a breakdown? So much for basketball, so much for tennis?
Yeah, I talked to the contractor about it. They didn't go out there specifically looking at both, but I did this based on their memory. They went out, I believe it was in April, in March to look at it. And I asked them, and they said it's about a 60-40 split. So it's about 64,000 for the tennis and 34,000 for the basketball. So if you were to just do the basketball, for example, if you only wanted to do the rec side of things, $34,000 of the 98 would get it done. If it was the tennis side that you wanted to do, it would be the 64. So that's about where the breakout was. But again, that wasn't based on actual field measurements. And I mean, they walk and measure all the cracks and determine the number. But this was just based on a memory and a discussion.
And do you think that number was based on, well, once they're out there, they're gonna do everything kind of thing? Rather than if, just say, for example, we say, okay, we'll do 64 for the tennis and basketball later, or vice versa. Do you think that number was a good number because they were gonna do everything?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's more, neither one of those is less than a day's work. So when your numbers start escalating is when a crew comes out there and does 6 hours of work and they get paid for 8. Or they want to earn for 8, but they only do 6. Either one of these two is more than a day's work. So there's no loss in mobilization, demobilization on this. It's not like one is teeny weeny and the other one's huge. They're comparable.
Okay.
Other questions, comments? Everyone good? Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I move the board vote to allocate the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $73,175 and reallocate $25,000 from the remaining previously approved ARPA Proctor Roof Project for a total allocation $98,175 to fund crack sealing of the basketball and tennis courts at Melican Middle School for expenditure by the DPW Director pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? Lisa?
Just says crack ceiling. Shouldn't we have that more detailed? They're not gonna just do crack sealing, right? They're gonna resurface.
No, they're not resurfacing.
This is just for crack sealing.
Crack seal, self-leveling, base coat, which is like a primer, and then court surface coating, colored, 2 layers of it, 2 courses, two coats of it.
All right, so I would think that this should be a little bit more detailed when it talks about.
I'll have Jason here. Is the motion consistent with what Scott described, or do you need anything in
I
any
think
more
as-
detail?
In my opinion, the motion would be fine as it is because it encompasses what the Public Works Director presented tonight.
Okay, thank you. Does it resolve your concern, Lisa?
Well, it's fine. I mean, I just think that learning from town meeting and how things are written is very important. And sometimes, especially when they get changed or moved around, it's better to have it written down for the
Yeah.
expectation.
Usually we do project as described by,
Well,
as
that
opposed to getting into the technical detail, so that might be
So
a
that might be a helpful
better way to
way
do
of
it going
changing it.
forward. Yeah,
Yes.
but since we happen to have our finance director with us, he can,
I'm here, I heard the presentation. so
yeah.
I'll make sure the expenditures are aligned with what
Yes.
Scott's presented.
No check
He will.
until.
So these will be in the minutes, right?
Would you like to reference specifically the estimate and the scope of services? Okay.
I don't think we need
Yeah,
to.
that would be good.
I'm tempted to ask you to come to every meeting when we're talking about money, but I'm not gonna do that.
Well, they're recorded.
Yes, very good. Thank you. So we have a motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much, both Scott and Ally, for joining us tonight. Ally, I don't think you have anything else with us this evening. Scott, you've got a whole big list of items.
Thank you very much, everybody. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to keep Scott up here and introduce E.L. Harvey and Sons as the town's waste and recycling service provider. And you've got a friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I do. Still Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director, and
Mike Cespan, E.L. Harvey, Municipal Manager for Massachusetts.
Great.
so there was a cover memorandum that came out to the board in the packet. I'll give you a quick executive summary of it and our history. So we had a contract for a long time with Republic Services, greater than 10 years. They provide manual collection for solid waste, green bags, and recycling, blue bins. We went out to bid in 2020 on the street to solicit new services for collection of solid waste and processing of recyclable materials. It's important to understand that under Chapter 30B, for services, solid waste is exempt from procurement. I believe the intent of that is to maintain a continuity of relationships. It's not easy to change haulers. Regardless, so we went on the street in 2020. We received proposals from 4 local vendors. It's a limited industry in 2020. Republic Services was still the most advantageous respondent. We engaged them for 5 years, similar to the other contracts we have. They're 1 + 1 through 5. They were providing us the manual service. We reached out to Republic to see if they wanted to engage in a 6th year. They indicated that they are phasing out manual collection. Their statement was their business model is toward automated collection. So we didn't want to have a drastic change to our process and the service we provide to the residents. So we solicited prices from other companies, the 4 that responded in calendar 20. They're the only 4 around, who were willing to do manual collection. Republic was willing to do 1 more year of manual collection with a mandated transition to automated collection in contract year 2. So we received proposals from the 4 firms. They are identified in the memo, but it's Republic, Pellegrino, Waste Management, and E.L. Harvey. They all provided responses. E.L. Harvey was determined to be the most advantageous, both from a cost perspective as well as something that I find to be very important. The industry previously was that collection companies would take ownership of the recyclable materials, bring it to a MRF, material recycling facility, And there was a value to that product. And I don't know if the board is aware of what was referred to as the China sword that came out a handful of years ago, pre-COVID, where China increased their requirement for very clean recyclable materials to the point where it's almost unattainable. So the number one market for recyclable materials evaporated in a matter of months. It was a good model before. They ship a container over here with a bunch of goods. We buy the goods, we fill it with recyclable stuff, we send it back to China. Worked out great. The number one commodity user or sales market for recyclable materials evaporated. So all of a sudden, the value of recyclable materials dropped through the floor. The cost to process them continued to rise. To the point where the cost to recycle a ton of material is similar to the cost to burn a ton of trash, that wheelabrator. Because of the volatility in the market, collection contractors stopped offering that service. So the vast majority of communities in Central Mass have a contract for somebody to collect the trash and the recycling, and have a contract for somebody to process the recycling. One of the benefits that we have engaging E.L. Harvey is that they're doing both. So we solicited pricing for recyclable material processing from the only two companies locally that do it, the only two MRFs. Harvey's provided us the most cost advantageous number for processing recyclable materials, plus they gave us the most advantageous proposal for collection. The reason why that proves to be, I believe, a benefit to the community is that there's none of this when it comes to contamination. One of the biggest issues with recyclable materials is contamination. You put your little blue bin out there, somebody throws a bunch of, plastic bags in it and some things that aren't recyclable, that load gets rejected at the facility. And all of a sudden, where we were gonna pay $100 for it to be processed, it's now $225 a ton. So having a handle on that contamination piece is very important. Northborough is lucky because of a couple of reasons. One, we use the blue bins. It's very easy for a driver to see that shouldn't be in there and put a naughty sticker on it. Two, our residents are very well educated, and I believe they care that their recyclable materials are actually recycled and not just thrown in the contamination pile. So because of those two reasons, I think we're engaging in a very good contract with the L. Harveys for both services this year. I was really happy to see that they were both the lowest price. So there was no, concern about Harvey's bringing stuff to sell it, what have you. So I just wanted to give you the bio on how we got to where we are today. The cost for recycling materials is expensive. The vast majority of the contracts have what's referred to as a base price. So in our case, it's $105 a ton. You bring a ton of recyclable materials to Harvey's for processing, it's $105. If we give them good quality recyclable materials and they can sell it for $55, we only pay $50 a ton. And that's referred to as the average commodity revenue, whatever that commodity revenue is worth. And it varies based on the market and what it is. But in general, the better stuff we give them in the blue bin, the less we pay for it, which is a benefit because it's in their best interest because they got to handle less contaminated stuff at their facility, and they want to pick up clean stuff so they can sell it at a better value. So I guess that's, I don't know, in a nutshell. Is there anything you want to say about how amazing Harvey's is to the board?
No, not at all. Thank you. You did a great job. And it's true. Recycling right now for most communities, Northborough is part of the wheelabrator. Yep. So you're probably paying $30 less for your trash than you are for your recyclables right now. And back when we started this years and years ago, it was doing it so the towns were getting paid for it. That has since gone away, and he's absolutely right how expensive right now single stream recycling has become. Whether it's dual stream or single stream, it's combined. A lot of the communities, and I deal with all of Massachusetts, so there's multiple MRFs out there, they are very good at moisture content. So not only is it contamination, but it's the amount of moisture in a load. I live in Rhode Island, and we have a very large central landfill, and we have our own MRF plants. They hit our towns all the time for contaminated recycling at $225 a ton. So you dump it on the floor, everybody does everything right. We run another truck, we use all that fuel, we pay that driver, and we get to the end site, and it's $225 a ton compared to our processing fee. So it's a balance there. It's so hard now. And most of the larger companies out here right now are stepping away from manual trash. We're one of the few left right now that are willing to look at it and talk in a couple of years about doing something automated, just for the fact that it's getting hotter and hotter, and you just can't get the manpower anymore to do it manually at the curb. Every time you pick that blue bin up, the truck stands about, at my height, I'm about chest high. So you're constantly rolling your shoulders. So rotator cuffs are very common, injuries from ankles and stepping out of the trucks. So you will see more and more of the automated as a way of still being able to pick up the material, but yet have someone that can do that job a lot longer than someone that's, out there, and you have to be in incredible shape to do that job now. So it's kind of like everything else. It's just going to kind of flow that way, but eventually it'll be automated, or it'll be a transfer station where the residents can bring it there, which a lot of communities have, and they can bring it to a transfer station, and then there's no curbside pickup. It's based just on bring it to a transfer station, deliver it yourself, keep everything separated. Needham has them, Wellesley has them, Douglas has them. They have huge transfer stations that the residents bring it to, and then you still have the ability to hire a private contractor to do your curbside, but all curbside is COTS. No one out there is doing curbside, except for municipalities that might still have a few of them, but they are all doing COTS out there for their curbside programs. So it was a good partnership. We looked at it. We talked about at the beginning just taking on the recycling material, and we went back and forth on that, and came down with a good number that we thought was fair based on, we knew what the market was, we knew what the material we were gonna get. So, but like you said, everything's a risk, because you never know what's gonna happen in the market. Even with a good number, even with a great product, if the product doesn't sell, it's a charge.
One of the things I've seen in the industry, and you can probably talk to it a little better, is the transition to automated is the technology is following a little bit behind it, with cameras and automated monitoring. So, truck goes up there, picks up the big recycling bin, lifts it up. If it sees contamination, they have cameras that will see the contamination and notice that it's contaminated. This is not a load that we're willing to accept. The technology, I hate the term AI, but whatever. The AI technology is a little bit behind the automated trucks, but it's coming. And Mike is absolutely right. I would not be surprised in 5 years plus that everything is automated and there's a little AI Siri somewhere on the front of the truck that says, no, this is a bad load. Because it's coming. You see it in the demo, some of the demos.
Amazing.
Practical question, so you'll be taking over as of July 1st, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that the public would know? If the public did not know that the company was changing on July 1st, would there be any other indication other than a different label on the truck?
Different label on the truck, maybe a different start time. So from where Republic's coming from to get into town, we'll be coming from Westboro to get into town. So none of the route days will be changing.
Okay.
So all the route days will stay the same. The only difference will be the time you get picked up. So if you used to get picked up at 10 o'clock, it might now be 7:30 based on where we come into town. So, we're working on doing a calendar right now for a mailer for the town.
Okay.
So we're trying to get everything together. So really, the one big change we will see is time.
Would you be starting much earlier than 7?
No, not at all. So, same thing, we'll pick up the containers the same way they're done right now with the truck that's in town. So we'll drop the bin, pick the containers up, put the bin back on. And 7 o'clock we'll be starting our routes. But again, if you're used to, and everybody can kind of set their clock, they know their trash guy comes by at about 11 o'clock or 10:30. All of a sudden now we're showing up at 7:30, 8 o'clock. And we do have the technology. So all our trucks are equipped with cameras. So we have 6 cameras on our trucks at all times. We can GPS monitor them. If we see something going in, we do have the, oops, can't pick it up for this reason, and we get a check mark, we just stick a sticker on it. We also tag that for the, with a little can that comes up for GPS, tells us what it is. He'll look at the camera and say, leaf and yard waste in the trash barrel, or he'll say, tangles in the recycling bin. He'll say something, put a sticker on it so that they know it's our 800 number, so it doesn't impact the town, so that we're not getting a million calls in here. But I'm sure just the change will be much different when we first start, just for time.
How about bulk items?
Bulk items are gonna stay the same currently.
Okay.
So,
I know with Republic, bulk items used to sometimes go into the same truck and sometimes it would come right away. Lately, it's been the next day. Do you have any gut feeling as to how?
I should be the same day, because we're gonna, so it might be they had a truck go down and they were using a different truck where they couldn't pick up that material as a bulk item. Certain trucks will, certain trucks will not. A side load will not pick up a bulk item, but the residential fronts that do your containers will. So as long as that truck's en route, then that's the truck, they'll pick it up right there. If you're off a day, then they'd send a box truck out, and we'd run it with a box truck to pick it up that way.
Okay.
So the calendar, thank you for reminding me, Mike. The calendar is going to be mailed out in the coming 2 weeks, so all residents will have the updated calendar. It's been streamlined a little bit. Republic's information and phone numbers on there. We do have a dedicated solid waste email address, solidwaste@town.northborough.ma.us. We have a solid waste phone number dedicated to solid waste calls, so that we're trying to improve and streamline the customer service piece of it a bit. As Mike indicated, no changes to the program. We have an entire fiscal year to see if there's ways to access some of Harvey's services that maybe Republic did not provide previously to better serve the community. But for now, we wanted to get a different logo on a truck in town and get them acclimated to their routes before anything of substance changes to the residents.
I've got a couple questions then.
Okay.
Okay, with the 4 companies that we looked at, Republic was only going to be able to do a non-automated for 1 more year. Are you doing a non-automated for the entire time? What's your?
We did talk about for this contract, and if that's what we needed to do, that as far as this contract goes, we are gonna stay non-automated, if that's what the town wishes to stay with. So that was part of our proposal, that we did do more than 1 year. Yep.
More than 1 year. How many years is the contract for?
The contract is for 3 years plus 2 one-year renewals at the town's discretion. It does include provisions for renegotiation by both parties in the event both parties decide that automation is a direction they want to go in for either trash or recycling.
Okay, and so we're saying at least 3 years, it's not going to be automated?
5 years.
Oh, 5 years not automated, okay. What happens to the, too many questions here.
I'm sorry, Lisa, let me go back. The contract is written for 5 years of manual collection. In the event the decision is mutually agreed upon that automation is a direction we want to go in, we can renegotiate the contract terms so that automation is implemented, either for recycling or trash or both. But right now, if we chose not to change a single thing in the program and do it exactly as it has been in past years, this relationship would be solid for 5 years as it is today.
Okay, so we're saying it's going to be 5, but you could renegotiate. You wouldn't renegotiate after the 5 years?
No, in the event automation is a desire for the administration, the select board, and the community, I would want to have the flexibility to discuss that with Harvey's and provide a better service if we could. And that's what's written in the contract.
And if that would be the case, and I've heard a lot of people ask this question, are we changing then from the green bags to then having containers? Because that was, I think, one of the original discussions before we went to green bags. What would we do, containers or green bags? So once it becomes automated, obviously you'd have to do containers, correct?
No.
Oh, you can use green bags automatically?
I live in Grafton. We have bags. You can put them in you can put them in the trash. There's a lot of different plans. If you look in Auburn, they have a base charge for a single container and then an additional charge for additional bags. There's dozens of different structures for pay-as-you-throw programs. Part of the decision to go to automation would be obviously what other program changes are warranted. So it's more than just saying, here's a bin, stick your stuff in it. There's a lot of alternatives to this to consider.
Okay, and then just curious, where you have private service for many households, how does that change since we're going to be using the same company. For most of these private concerns, it is Harvey's.
The trucks are, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Tidy Town, they're automated bins. The truck that's going out is manual. The truck that's going out does not have the mechanism to pick up the bin. So there can be no commingling because there's no physical ability to do that. You can't have a driver get out of the truck and pick up a 65-gallon tote and lift it over his shoulder and dump it in the front loader. It's just too big, and you can't have the arm go out and grab a green bag and crush it. So there can be no commingling with the equipment that's being used.
So homeowners would still have to do it separately if they wanted to do it that way. They wouldn't be under the tax benefit of, or pay-as-you-throw, because they are paying per month for the service.
And there's no, so the bin piece for the subscription, they don't buy bags, they put their 2 carts out. Weekly for trash and every other week for recycling, it's 2 95-gallon bins. The trucks that were in town just on Monday. So Monday is our route day that we cover all of Northborough with our Tidy Town curbside pickups. Both trucks the trucks will be identical as far as what they could pick up and not pick up. The issue with us is that we're on camera. I can literally pull my truck up and see at every stop that he stops at. So we know quite well that, we're doing subscription. That's a subscription based. We're not touching anything with the municipal side. And like I say, we're in town just on Mondays for our subscription base. So the rest of the week, Tuesday through Friday, will only be the Northborough trucks that will be out here. There'll be no double trucks in the town every day. We do other municipal towns where we have subscription based in them. We have very strict rules. The drivers know what they're supposed to do, and they're on camera all the time. So there's no, we're not going to make the mistake of jeopardizing a municipal contract because we want to pick up something with our Tidy Town or vice versa, dump the municipal in our Tidy Town or Tidy Town in our municipal contract. That's not going to happen. So that's just kind of, where we sit. We make sure we do it right, and that's why we develop the relationships, and we're very good at keeping municipal contracts.
Right. Well, I do know that, it must be Tidy Town then. We have, in my area, we have somebody who comes in, we're coming in at 4 in the morning, and crash bang. It was at 130 Main Street, and it was at Peasley School.
So that would have been commercial. So it would have been a commercial account going out there at that time in the morning.
Right.
Because none of my municipal trucks will start that early.
No, they
So
shouldn't.
unless it was the school when Republic was picking it up, but I can't see them starting that early.
Our contract has a 7 a.m. start,
Yeah.
that there's nothing earlier.
For private as well, though.
If for private as well,
Yes.
same thing. Most of your contracts, it's a 7 a.m. start. Commercial are a little different, so you can pick up commercially. Those guys will leave a lot earlier. Certain areas you can go into, once you get a complaint, then we don't go back to that. We put a 7 a.m. Piece on their route sheet. Everything we do is done with the tablet. So every stop that they do is done with the tablet. So we can identify, when you give us an address, we can identify which truck was there, or was it our truck or not our truck.
Okay, I'll send that in then.
Okay.
So many mornings I was, what is this?
I've-
I couldn't figure out what it was, so I actually got out and walked, and I saw what happened. So it was just way too early, and I think now
It
they've
is.
gone to 6.
Yeah.
But, this children, it's at, 1:30 is the apartments.
Right.
And I don't know, if they get up that early to
I
get
don't
out to
think, well,
work.
I know commercials start pretty early. We go into Boston, we cover quite an area from out of Westboro. So I know the commercial drivers will go out at 2:30 in the morning, roll-off drivers go out at, 2 o'clock in the morning if they're heading into Boston. So they start in the middle of the night and they end a lot earlier in the day, where the residential guys that are going out usually start between, the earliest one starts at 5 because they do a lot of containers, and then they don't start their routes till 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 5's early.
Yeah, that's 5's really early, yep, especially in residential area.
Right.
Any other questions about the new pickup in town? Okay, very good. Thank you very much for joining us, Mike, and
Yep.
thank you, Scott. You can probably stay right where you are.
Sir.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. This was very informative. I really appreciate you coming in. Okay, next we have DPW Director Scott Charpentier and John Morrow, Architect, discussion regarding options for police station siding project. Here we are. Scott, you have a friend coming up as
How are you?
well? Oh, he sent something out. Something was emailed out to us, correct?
Yes.
Appreciation Sky siding, okay. So this is not, unfortunately, in the packet for people to follow along, but Scott, why don't you do a little introduction and
Certainly.
Give us the information we need.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members. I'm with John Morrow, architect, out of Grafton?
Yes.
Grafton, yep. So we brought John on board to help with the police station siding project, as you're aware. We were put on the agenda tonight relatively quickly when it comes to engagement of the contract. The document you have before you is a working document. It's certainly not final. There is additional investigations needed and fine-tuning of the estimate associated with it, but we did want to get before the board sooner rather than later. Our goal and objective is to bid this out in the coming 2 months at the latest, so we can get a contractor in place. You'll see through the estimate, there are a variety of lump sum items with quantity takeoffs. The process was an initial site visit with John, myself, the facility manager, review of the prior architect's estimate. I believe that review was primarily for quantities confirmation. The same information that was provided to the prior architect was provided to John for his work, so there was a check and balance associated with some of the quantity takeoffs. I'll let John go into the details of the estimate a bit. One way to understand where a project is in its design status is what the number of is associated with the contingency. So if you go before a budgetary process, you're generally in the 25 to 40% contingency because you don't know what you're doing and you're hopeful to fine tune it. When you're at final design and you're ready to go out on the street, you're probably at 10%. That's the goal and objective. So you'll see on the second to last page that there's a 30% contingency here, indicating that we're still relatively early in the design process. So we've engaged John to provide the estimate you see, technical specifications, some of the front-end specifications, site controls, safety and health management requirements, submittals, payment processes, and the like. We'll prepare the contractual portion of the bid package. We'll oversee the bid process. John will assist us with reviewing the bids, and then obviously in construction administration will be shop tour interviews and site visits. So as you go through the estimate, you'll see the last page for overhead, profit insurance, and bonds with the total projected project cost of $343. If you were to, the goal and objective for me as an engineer, and I believe for most professionals who do estimating, is to be in the middle third of the bids. If I provide you the lowest price in my estimate, I am a very poor estimator. If I'm always the highest, I am a very poor estimator. So I want to be in the middle third, maybe around the bottom of it, but generally in the middle third. So this does not say the project is $343,000. If you pull out the contingency of 44, it doesn't mean it's a $290,000 project. The goal and objective is the bids would be somewhere where 3 change is somewhere in the middle. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. John, do you want to go into a little bit on what you saw out there as far as the scope piece of it, not necessarily the dollars?
Yeah, that's not a problem. Thank you all for having me. I've driven by the police station many times. And same thing, you look and you go, could use a coat of paint, maybe 2. So when Scott called and I went out and looked, when you get, the closer you get, the worse it looks. And then knowing that the building was built in 1988, knowing how maintenance and upkeep of public buildings tends to lack consistency over a period of 25, 35 years, I can understand the situation and what we have on the building. There were questions of replacement of like kind. Cedar siding right now is about $5 a linear foot or $1,000 per square of material. That's not counting labor. It's pricey, it's hard to get, it takes time. I know I had mentioned to Mitch when he introduced himself earlier that I told him that I did take the time after I had done this to watch the town meeting as well as other discussions. So again, I had the same initial questions looking at the original estimate. So I looked at it differently. I used quantities, but I started from scratch for each thing, whether it had to do with material, labor, overhead, and profit. So I kind of started fresh. And I still was very conservative with my numbers. I was looking at retail prices. I didn't look at wholesale or contractor pricing. I figured I'd get the worst conditions. So what I did was, again, thinking about what I saw the town is willing, well, what came through at town meeting is substantially less, obviously. But I still had a feeling that we could make this work. Again, vinyl. A premium grade, most grades are 0.04 to 0.047 inches thickness. So a primary grade would probably be a 0.46 inch thickness, a premium. So I started with that as my base. We also looked at plastic trim boards, window surrounds. There are things like flashing, screws. I went into the building wrap system. Again, we could go through each of these if you want, but when I looked at it and I sat down and started pulling, what's a premium vinyl worth if I go to Home Depot and ask for a pallet, so the material costs I came up with are more than what I rounded everything up. And as I went through and started to pull these numbers together, it didn't seem as frightening. Let's put it that way.
Good to hear.
Again, we know that prevailing wage labor is pricey. I originally thought, well, again, from experience, if you have a crew of 8 people, 10 days, if I split it out, because you can research how many square or how much siding can a pair of people put up in a day. Again, I went conservative. It might have said 100 to 400 square. Well, I'm figuring one square. In prevailing wage, a lot of times what you do is you don't consider it an 8-hour day, it's a 7-hour day. So what I did was I went in and I actually doubled my original estimate from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and then multiplied all my hourly. Now, we talked about the prevailing wage presently, what was posted, so we're looking at like $75 an hour for a carpenter, $65 for an assistant or an assistant carpenter, and multiple teams. I also looked at accessories. Again, what's accessories? Flashings. Again, things to do all these details, these corners, waterproofing, the caulking. I mean, there's so many things that come into play. I broke out, again, the labor. When you look at it, it's interesting. The budget numbers for material is around 30,000, maybe a little more, or just 30, 34, 35, but the labor was 78. Again, being very conservative. I have a feeling it should come in less, again, but in these last few years, the price material, people can't find labor, and then the times that it takes to get things done is ridiculous. I know during the COVID period, there were times where you couldn't even buy vinyl siding. The raw materials weren't available. They weren't being shipped. So there was Lead times. Again, there might be a lead time depending on what's chosen. Sometimes it has to do with color because of the raw material they need to make certain colors. So I know in the packet I had sent some brochure stuff from like a Certainty, which is a,
I don't think we received that. That's
you
okay.
didn't see that?
No, I did not send that.
It's just the typical, you know, for their monogram series is one of their higher or thicker and more premium items. But they have a color palette that I don't think will have a problem. Again, I did a little research, calling some suppliers and they're saying materials are a lot easier to get than they were 6 months ago. Things are a little bit better. Price-wise, they couldn't tell me that they were any better.
But the bottom line of this is that the materials are a lot less expensive than the labor.
Excuse
The
me?
materials are less expensive than the labor.
Yes.
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 Okay, so thinking about adjusting in materials doesn't necessarily save or cost a tremendous amount
Correct.
on the whole package. And I know you're adding overhead profit and everything else into everything, but just, you know, roughly speaking, I think by your estimate, the labor is not quite double the cost.
It used to be, many years ago, it used to be whatever the material costs, double it.
Yeah.
We're
No,
way
it's-
past that.
yeah.
We're way
Yeah.
past that.
And we had discussed that, or I discussed that a little bit at town meeting. We were talking about this article as well as the HVAC article, and I agree with John. The old days, it was easy, just take the materials and double it, and that's what your number is. When you get HVAC stuff, the HVAC equipment is so expensive, doubling it would be too much for labor. Vinyl is, and Tyvek is pretty affordable. You need way more labor, you know, so it's somewhere in the middle. But yeah, I wasn't surprised to see the number about where it came out.
I did also pull out a separate cost to strip the building. I didn't include that I wanted to break it down in as many places as I could. Again, the other thing, there was some discussion about, well, can we cut and patch? I wouldn't go there knowing that 35-year-old siding might be okay in a couple of square feet, but within the next 3 years, that's gonna fail anyway, or if we did replace the siding with cedar again, you still gotta paint. And again, that's another maintenance thing. We can get the same profile, the 5-inch exposure. Most siding you see now is 4-inch, but they do make the 5-inch exposure. So we can at least let it look similar to the way it looks. The window surrounds, the corner boards, the trim boards would all be a polyvinyl product, like AZAC. That's kind of like a brand. And that's another material that is almost as pricey as the siding, and the amount and how much work it takes to cut it, put it together, install it. So our base number came in at a little over 200, 215. And then we have those questions. There is a contingency, like Scott said, we actually put 30% down. Now, here's the issue we have is if we get out there and we strip, we know that we might find some bad plywood. We might find that there's rotting through the plywood to studs. I had done a project a couple of years ago on a bunch of senior housing, and they were gonna side 15 buildings. But once they started stripping every building, when we hit the windows, not only was the plywood rotten, but the studs behind it were rotten. So the contingency in that project carried quite a large number, very large number.
I see that a lot in tails as well.
Yeah.
Behind the fascia.
Yep, yep. So we wanted to at least cover ourselves that way, okay? And again, the contingency is $45,000. I'm hoping we don't even come near that. But at this point, it's sight unseen. We can't do some forensics, you know.
Can't take all the siding off right now.
Yeah, X-ray vision or something, you know, and when it's, the only other option that I thought about, and we didn't discuss it specifically at this point, was if you have a limited budget, can we do 2 sides at a time? And maybe turn it over to the next year. I mean, I wouldn't put it out more than a year. But again, we know that it's not gonna get cheaper. So I think it's worth doing all at once, honestly. It's just a matter of, again, I spoke to a couple of contractors, you know, I said, if I threw a number at this for that building at you, and I threw that big number at them, they said, we'll come out next week and we'll be done in 4 days, if we can get paid like that. But I said, wait a minute.
The
slow down.
540,000.
Yeah. We'll be there. We're on the way. But I said, no, let's be realistic. But after I did my budget, I called them back and said, this is what I'm getting. I actually, if I break it out, let's see if I have it here. This works out to about $4,800 a square. It's a lot of money compared to $7,700 a square. So it's almost half what I came up with. But
So the grand total on here, just, we have seen this, the folks at home have, the grand total of this, as the current estimate, is $343,392.23.
that's with every contingency.
Yeah, with everything.
All these things
all
that we're
in.
looking at. Yeah.
And Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 270,000 is what we have?
Correct, 270,000. We have a little over 6,000 allocated to architectural services, so we'll call it 260,000 all in. Again, there'll be some modifications to the estimate as John and I get closer in on what the scope is. I wanted to make sure this board was comfortable with the scope before, I don't want to say sharpen a pencil, but before we dive a little deeper in. I will indicate that John prepared this estimate when he showed it to me, and I saw the labor, and then I saw the removal. It's even, as much as the 343 looks like a big number, you know, the labor to install of 78,000, and then the labor to remove the existing siding of 17,000, you know, you're in the $100,000 range. We got a price of 125,000 from a general contractor just for labor. Before, that's when this whole thing started. So I wasn't shocked by that number. You know, when you drill it down to the squares, I mean, you look at the first page, you know, new cedar clapboard, 5-inch, is $1,000 a square, you know, plus you have to install it.
Yeah, and we have somewhere between 68 and 70 square, and we figure waste, so it's a little bit more.
And then the price for siding is 200 a square, so, you know, cedar's 5 times, just the materials. Obviously, the labor in putting up cedar is a heck of a lot longer than it is for siding, and then you gotta paint.
Yeah, again, I looked at, you know, we looked at Hardy and some of the, you know, the concrete siding, and you still gotta paint it. It's not cheap per foot, you know, there might be $3 to $4 a linear foot, you know, by the time you get it. The other thing, I will write a spec, there's a couple of options. I mean, a lot of people worry about the look of vinyl, especially in long runs. And some of these companies will actually do up to 24-foot lengths, so you have less seams. Again, it's probably a premium, but we can always ask for that as an alternate. Again, these are just some things that I can throw into the spec as options when we go in and spec a siding.
I don't know if it pays to get into too much detail on that. I have one question, then I think we probably have some additional questions from the board. We have a budget of 260, realistically at this point, and a first blush estimate of 343. Do you think we have sufficient budget to get this done, or do 3 out of 4 sides of the building? Do it as a bid the whole thing out, do it as a deduct alternate for the backside, or whatever you think is the least. How do you think we should go from here?
When, and that's a great, great opener.
Yeah.
When this board decides that, yes, we like the vinyl siding approach with the commercial grade or the premium grade and the polyvinyl trim, great. At that point, John and I get together and come up with a bidding strategy to put something on the street that I believe, and we believe, can be awarded for $260,000. and then come to this board to see if you agree with that bidding structure. What I had said at town meeting, I wasn't kidding. I want to see this project through with this board's guidance throughout the process. You like what's proposed for a scope? We'll come back to you with a structure for bidding. If it includes a deduct alternate for a reduced quantity for one side, maybe that's what we do. There might be other options in order to get to the budget number we want to get to. But yes, we will come back with something that I want to award. I don't want to do this.
And I did feel for the chief when he got up at the town meeting and says it's first blush, people, this is what they see.
Yeah.
So if we could, even if we can get 3 sides done, as you drive by it, it looks great. And then maybe,
Obviously, I would hope that the board, if we awarded something for 3 sides, we would have a plan in place for the 4th side before long at all. I can't say that definitively, of course, but.
We'll do what we can to get
that would be
something
my hope.
that's reasonable.
I just worry about going through another winter too.
Yeah. Yep.
Again, the chief did say that he has concerns that, at some point, will it finally get inside?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing too is I don't know if I did write it up, but if we wrap this building, tape the seams, they're gonna find an energy savings too. Right now, what's behind the cedar is craft paper.
Mm-hmm.
It's not taped, it's not sealed. So I'm sure there's a lot of infiltration in the winter and a lot of loss of cold air in the summer with the air conditioning. So this house wrap, or the building wrap, is gonna help some. It's gonna be minor, but it will help, So not only will it look decent, but we'll get something from it, some efficiency out of it. We're not getting any now.
Okay. I'd like it up to the board for questions. I suspect we have some. Your thoughts? Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the layout and the updated number. Would there be would the timing work out that if needed to just finish the project, which means the whole building, to obligate ARPA funds to bridge any gap? So would that timing work out by the end of the year? Is that a possibility if this board so decided?
Yes. So the process in that event would be that we go forward with the bid package, structured such that maybe a one-side deduct gets us to the budget 260. This board decides, I don't want to do the deduct. We want to do the entire building. We want to allocate an additional X dollars, 62,000, to finish it. Come to the board, ask for an ARPA allocation to it. The one caveat with that is the bidding process for construction needs to comply with federal procurement law. It's a bit different than Mass General law. I've done federal procurement, I've done state procurement. Both sides, we do have some federal grants that we've procured through. It would be important to know that earlier than later, because I would not want to have to go back out on the street, or even worse, you allocate ARPA funds and then it's rejected because we didn't comply with federal procurement law. If that's a possibility, let me know soon, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I can only say, it's, in a general sense, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Is all I can say. We're gonna have a discussion tonight as far as process for allocating additional ARPA funds. I can say, just from my own perspective, it depends on how close you are. If it bids out and we can get all 4 sides done and it's gonna cost, another $30,000 beyond what you have allocated, my own sense is I'd be probably more inclined. And if it came in as $200,000 extra, I might be a little less inclined and might be more interested in saying, let's think about it some more. And that's, again, purely speaking for myself. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
It is.
Okay.
There's no extra effort procuring in accordance with federal law for this gentleman.
Okay.
Only for me.
Okay.
And I'm willing to do that.
Okay, great. Okay, questions? Mike, resolve that. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the numbers you gave us are the highest grade vinyl?
One of the highest grades. I mean, there's another grade, but I don't think we want to go there. It's for high wind areas,
Oh, okay.
and it's got a special connector. You're going to pay a lot more for that, but I think a premium with they have a snap edge. They all kind of interlock. The Certalock is what they call this. It's got a piece that goes in, and there's multiple flanges that snap together. We're not in like a hurricane zone or a waterfront area with high winds where we'd have to worry about that. So, but again, a good premium vinyl. We don't want to go with the basic stuff, you know.
And you're going to refine the numbers to get the long pieces rather than,
I think I'd like to put that in the spec when I'm describing what type of configuration we want to put in, is the option for longer lengths to reduce the seaming.
yeah.
Again, I don't know if you ever noticed when you walk up to a lot of houses, the siding may go in a certain direction, so you don't see the shadows like you would if you came from the other direction. It's a visual thing. It's very subtle, but the less vertical dark lines you see, the less it looks like vinyl.
And what would be how long could we expect this to last?
Most of them have 20-year, 25, 30-year warranty. I have to check on a commercial building, but, you know, on a household, a lot of the premium stuff is good for 25, 30 years.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of where we are now with the existing siding, you know, it's run its course.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got a pile of questions, so.
Sure. Let's go.
All right. So many people have come up to me, obviously, before and after the meeting, asking me questions. And I am a researcher.
All
so
right.
I do a lot of research, as you can see me spread out. The first question is probably not for you, but for Scott, in that in 2023, we went to town meeting and asked to have $70,000 for paint and repair of whatever needed to be repaired in the,
That was for painting, I believe.
yeah, well, I've got the article here. It's for paint and repair. And we had a quote from a master painters that was at $49,847 with another $7,000 for option to replace rotted wood. And we went to town for 70, so there was 13,000 more just in there for rotted wood. Most of the rotted wood that I see is on the trim and not in the body. The trim boards some of them have been replaced by AZAC, by PVC, that you can see the difference where it's gone up. There's no peeling on it, but then there's other pieces where there are peeling. So, so we look at a building that, well, I guess my first question would be, what report did we get that recommended that we change from the painting to go to vinyl? Was that kind of happened in midstream? It happened after we went to town meeting? And how did that come about?
The painting price was secured by the prior police chief. That's how we got to the $70,000 original article. The funds were approved. We went out with a painting contractor to look at it, not the same one. The indication was that the clapboard is too far gone to accept paint. So we talked to a general contractor and said how much to replace the clapboard so that we can paint it. And the general contractor said, well, it's going to be $125,000 in labor. If you buy the materials, we can do that. That's when we put the pause button on everything and said, what do we do? I don't believe the building could be painted the way it is. I mean, I'm sorry, it can be painted. You can paint everything. You can paint the carpet. I don't think the clapboard is in adequate condition to support paint. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. We were out there with the clapboard, we saw it cupping, we saw the nails coming out. There's no wrap behind it, the paper,
The other problem is the exposure now. It tends now to absorb water and then dry out, absorb water and dry out. Without a paint coat to protect it, it breaks down a lot faster.
All right, well, I've got some information on that too. So basically it was after this, and was there a reason you didn't go back to the person who gave you that price to do the job?
I don't know, I'd have to look. I can bring him out there tomorrow and see if he wants to paint it for 70 grand.
Okay, well, actually, I did speak with him. I
know.
got a new quote from him.
Oh, good, okay.
And he came in with, the total this time is $57,247
Great.
with an option of $8,500. So he came out and looked at the building.
And he's willing to paint it?
Yes, to paint it. He also asked me to have Sherman-Williams come out and look at the building. And they gave me specs that could be used by anybody. Both of which felt that the materials weren't nearly as bad as they've been presented. Cedar siding, and on the rough side, is one of the better ways to put cedar siding on, because it's a better protection. And that's what we have on the building right now, is cedar siding, rough side out. I looked up in wood siding lifespan by timber type. Cedar and redwood siding is 75 years plus. Now, I have a 140-year-old house, and I have cedar on my house, and it's original.
Okay.
And it's not bringing any water in. As long as it's painted, it has to be painted, to be sure.
Okay.
And so the life expectancy of the cedar, I don't believe, is 25 to 35 years.
I broke with my fingers, so it's deteriorated.
There's
but-
certainly some of the boards are. We have 8,000 square feet of building, and not every board has to be replaced. The front has a lot of fading, and that's where the highest amount of light is hitting it.
It does get extreme exposure.
Correct.
that-
And the
that
other
north.
three sides, not so much. Certainly the back is hardly, and it's a smaller section anyway, because it's four bays of a garage door underneath.
Right.
So, and in looking at the building and wondering, the next question again would be for Scott, when did the gutters get put on?
When the roof was replaced.
What year was that?
I don't know. I'd have to take a look. It was probably, I was here, so I think I was assistant director then, so it's 8 years ago maybe. And some of the fascia board was replaced at the same time behind the gutters that was found to be rotted. DPW did some spot replacement of some trim board that was rotted along the sill plate over the past few years. I don't know, periodically, when Chief Liver said, hey, this is rotted and look good, we'll go out there, cut it out and put something in. I don't believe there was any investigation as to the condition of the sill plate or the sheathing behind it. It was just cut something out and replace it.
Okay, and some of that base around the building is on cement. It's on the foundation, the actual wood is on the foundation. So, as probably keeps it from getting more rotted than if it was just close to the ground and didn't have that backing on it. The gutters right now need to be cleaned. You can see where it's infiltrating into some of that smaller area of cedar, and there's the small boards around it. So there were at least 2 or 3 that I took, that were given to me for photos, and I also took them myself, where the gutters have to be cleaned. Now, I don't know when they're supposed to be maintained, but they should be done yearly, because I know I was on my roof a few days ago, and it was a mess. I was growing a tree in the gutter. So, so I would imagine that would be a yearly thing, because it's necessary to keep the water from going into those areas. Now, no matter what you try to do, you're not going to be able to seal it, keep it sealed, without doing that every year with the way it comes right into the building. So the gutters were surprising that some of them did have some more fascia board that probably should have been replaced before the gutters were put on, because you can see the paint or whatever it is underneath.
We didn't replace all of the fascia board when the gutters were done. It was selective replacement. The project itself was a roof replacement, period. The bid came in very competitive, and there was adequate funds remaining in the allocation to do the gutters. We got approval through procurement to do the gutters as well. We did that. When the gutters were removed, it was found that some of the fascia board was rotted. So that fascia board that was rotted was replaced at that time. It was not a complete replacement. It was not a gutter project. It was additional funds are available due to a very competitive roofing bid.
Okay. So, and what was it replaced with, the PVC? Do you know?
I'd have to look back on my records. I believe it was. I'd have to look back, though.
All right, and basically PVC is, right now, we think it lasts forever. I mean, it's a pretty good product that
Again, they warranty it for quite a few
right,
years.
for many years. Okay, so, this question, and so,
So to go back real quick, Mr. Chairman. Sure. Do we want to stop vinyl siding, secure a bid for painting and selective replacement, as Lisa's indicating that she wants?
Let's get through some comments and questions from the board
Okay.
and see if the board has a direction for you.
I just don't want to spin a lot of wheels of John's time if
Yeah.
this is all going to
Yeah,
get
I'd like,
thrown
I'd
out,
like
we're just
Lisa
going
to
to
have
paint
the
it.
opportunity to finish her questions.
thank you,
Okay.
okay. So some of the other things that I've noticed too on the building that weren't mentioned in this is the palladium window the seal has been broken to that window. That also the glazing is also dried out. So that would be something that should be replaced at this point in time, because why do the building if you're not gonna do the window, especially right on the
Well,
front?
to be honest, knowing this is all gonna be a new building envelope, I would do the windows,
And the doors,
all the windows.
every entrance point, yeah.
Well,
Penetration.
I know budget-wise, it'd be nice that if we go out to bid and the number comes back with some money left over, but it's not part of what we are doing right now. But usually when you do a building envelope, you kind of want to do it.
I don't know if the way we appropriated the money at town meeting could do it.
No, I don't think so either. But it's, again, just, there might be some selective repair that has to be done, yes. We didn't discuss glazing straight up.
No.
all right, well, that's just one little detail that I thought was kind of important for that one piece, because it's on the front of the building. And there's some iodized aluminum on the back that also would need to be painted. It's needing to be sanded and such. I've looked, this is information that's been given to me from the two people that have gone out.
Yeah, down underneath.
So vinyl siding, which of course is not my favorite, I have Harvey's, I think Certainteed, on my garage that was put up in 2012. And the more attractive, looking like cedar shakes, is faded all over the place. Faded in odd areas, not like a whole wall is faded, but just different areas. And I know that they had some problems, obviously, with that, because they've had to go back and replace many houses. Vinyl is going to fade. Doesn't matter, what material we have, it's going to fade. So materials, in terms of low maintenance, once it fades, and mine has been, 15 years? Which they say 10 to 15 years it will fade. Then what do? Do you take the vinyl off? Do you pay to paint it? What are the questions we have for the building? How long do we want this building to be here? Right now, it's been here for 40 years. They were going to do a study to find out its viability, because they usually do 50-year buildings. And so keeping the idea of how we're going to save money for all these other projects that we have makes more sense to me to minimize the amount of money we spend on the building, provided it is not causing problems on the inside. If there's no water on the inside, the chief didn't tell me there was any water issues, that the heating and the cooling were never talked about as an issue, that taking all of the siding off, you have to throw it away, and it's going to be a cost to throw it away. It's going to be a cost to take it off.
Right.
It's going to be a cost to put on the vinyl. And the vinyl and the thickness and the J channel of the vinyl is not going to match up with the windows and the doors anymore, because those are made at a very thin reveal. So now you're going to have to build that out to be able to make it look like a nice looking building, because if your vinyl is in front of your molding.
No, I included in one of my descriptions, they call them shims, that they used to pull that out.
To pull the moldings
Yeah,
out for the
there are
windows and
ways
doors.
to make sure it's not behind, that it's pulled out.
But how will you do that with all the AZEC trim?
You use the shims behind it.
So you'd have to take all the trim off and
We had
replace all
planned
the
on
trim.
replacing it. That was part of the,
The project includes replacement of all trim.
So again, we're replacing all trim when in fact it doesn't need all trim replacement. There's certain areas, certainly because on the two corners where the water is coming down, right at the garage is one. And that's, you can see the boards falling apart because of the water.
I'm confused a little bit. So I was asked when we replaced the gutters, why didn't we replace all the fascia? We should have done it all while we were there. And now I'm being told, why would we replace all the trim if it's not bad? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm here to help the board get what the goal is, which is an envelope to the police station that is weather tight and secure. If that means selective demolition and reinstallation, or that means complete removal and replacement, or I don't know what I'm not sure what the goal is.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to find out.
The goal is to use the cedar, keep the expenses down. And the first thing is that whatever PVC is there, why would you replace it if it's already up?
I'm referring to replacement of the existing timber
the
trim.
pine corner boards aren't
yes.
gonna match the AZAC. They'll be a little more obvious. There may be some inconsistency as you go around the building.
So you wouldn't be able to match the PVC that's on the building now?
I
I didn't actually measure it. I don't know for sure what was put up there. I'd have to investigate.
There's small pieces on the, behind, in front of the sill plate, I know that we did, and there's selective pieces behind the gutters.
Right.
And that's all that I'm aware of, that's PVC.
Well, there's some
The-
going up on the peaks, and it really is, a lot of it has been already replaced. There's certain areas that need to be replaced now. So we've talked about the thickness in the J channel.
Yeah.
I'll make note that I do see a hand up from the audience, but I'll, Lisa, finish your conversation. I just want to make that person aware.
And I guess my bigger question too, on contingency, is what I don't understand about contingency. You say it's for a certain price, but then you're gonna bring it down. What does that mean? Is that after you've gone through the costs? I mean, do we give you the contingency and you give it back to us if it's not that high, or how does that work?
Go ahead, you wanna go? Go ahead.
Yeah, so the contingency is an estimating exercise to make sure that the awarding authority is aware of what possible additional expenses may be incurred after the bidding process. So when I said the contingency numbers get fine-tuned as you get closer to final design, what I'm saying is you've gained more information, more data. John's gone through some research with some materials. I don't believe there's been any detailed investigation of the sheathing behind it. I do know that there is the potential for weather, for moisture penetration into the sheathing. For all I know, there may be deterioration of the sheathing and mold. There may be water intrusion in it. I would expect that, considering when I lifted up the clapboard, there is no wrap behind it. It's just loose paper that just, deteriorates in your fingers. A bid goes out, it gets awarded for $270,000 as a $30,000 contingency. In the bank account, it doesn't get used until there's a change order, because the contractor comes out, rips all the siding off and says, ooh, I gotta replace 12 sheets of sheathing. Well, that's gonna be $18,000, so we take it out of that contingency under a change order. If it's not used, it goes right back into the free cash when the capital item is closed out.
I'll add in a little bit about the contingency changing during the design process. So for larger projects, you typically have 3 contingency categories: construction contingency and an owner contingency, which stay with the project post-bid. And then you also have a design contingency during the architectural process that starts at a high number, and during the design process eventually whittles down to 0 as you make additional decisions, as you determine all of the outcomes that you expect and get to the bidding process. This is one contingency. Right now it's at 30%. I would imagine that by the time we go out to bid, it's probably going to be 10 to 20% is where it typically would be for a project like this. And so that's I think what we're talking about here is perfectly appropriate.
Right, well, I mean, my concerns too are more in that vinyl, you know, I think vinyl it's not a good choice, I think because of its fading ability, because it doesn't last as long. Cedar, you have an old house, cedar lasts, it's known to last.
Most of my house is a reconstruction, so.
Your garage isn't, but.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, I mean, I've had enough construction with 2 antique homes. And I really feel that, you know, I've had 2, like I said, I've had 2 contractors come out to look at the work, to look at the cedar and everything, and they have not found it to be that bad. Now, certainly there are places that have to be replaced, but they don't need 8,000 square feet worth of replacement. And I'm concerned that we are spending money for so many other things as well. You want a fire station, you want a town hall, this building may not last, we may not stay in this building, they're outgrowing it, so you're gonna have to extend it if that's the case. And I think it's crazy to go ahead and put that kind of money in when a good paint job, and like I said, Sherwin-Williams has come out and shown different products. So a latex solid stain is what's been on the building now. There's no peeling really to the building. Peeling
It
starts.
wouldn't be peeling with stain.
That's what I'm saying, there's no peeling with stain. So that's what's on there now, and that's what they're recommending. And the price for I get a price on this, just the stain alone, I get a price on the fellow coming out to do the work. And then he includes everything, he includes the lift, he includes all that stuff. There's such a vast difference that I just can't imagine why we would change to vinyl. People in the town meeting didn't want vinyl either. We have people commenting on it.
You mind if we have a Patrick F. in the audience that has a hand up, but might be somebody with some useful information. I'll recognize in just a minute if that's okay with the board. I'd like to ask a question really of John. Do you, from your, we've paid you with it, we have a contract, you're getting your money. Do you think this building can support paint?
Personally, it'll look good for a while, but what we're painting over hasn't been maintained for the last 35 years the way it should have been. Again, with the exposure it gets, it probably should be painted every 3 to 5 years. Now, since 1988, how many times do you think it's been stained or painted? Twice?
Twice, probably.
Twice?
The original time.
I still have concerns that it'll hold stain and paint for a long enough period of time, where it's not gonna continue to cup and have nails pulled out, and things like that.
And you already answered, I think, the second question I was going to ask you, which was why? Is there a reason that this, because I agree, cedar, I have a carriage house that's 140 or so years old. My suspicion is it's the original cedar.
Right.
It's probably, hopefully, been painted well over the years and well maintained, and I would expect in that situation it has. I think the town may have failed in its obligation to properly maintain this building.
I tell you, I wish we could get the same cedar that was put on that carriage house when they cut those trees. There was a period back in the 70s and 80s where, again, fast growth wood. There are neighborhoods that I know, that I've been in, that I've done work in, where they had cedar siding. They paint it every 5 years. The houses are 25 years old, and nails are popping, boards are warping, all the pine trim is rotten. They even put wood windows in these houses. All been replaced. 25-year-old homes. Again, the quality material is a lot different.
I see that with my front porch, which is original, and that wood will last, will outlast me, that's for sure.
Right.
Is the board okay if I bring in Patrick F.
Sure.
to make a comment? Okay. Patrick, if you could unmute, identify yourself, and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Yep, Patrick French, 112 Cedar Hill Road. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Cedar.
I'm sorry, Mitch, I have nothing useful to contribute.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but I do have a question.
Sure.
I'm also a bit confused. There's a question asked a few minutes ago, like what's the goal, right? isn't the goal to execute on the article that was passed by the town residents at town meeting? And there's experts in the room providing details on how to do that. And what I'm confused about, and I'd love for somebody to help me understand it, is how is it that the board or some members of the board have the authority to change the scope of that article or work against the will of the residents that passed that article at town meeting?
So
Could somebody connect the dots on that one for me, please? Thank you.
I can try to answer. Thank you very much for the comment. Broadly speaking, the way the warrant article was drafted, and anyone here can correct me if I'm wrong, it was a sum of money to deal with the siding of the building, to leave it open-ended for, could be vinyl, could be cedar, could be just paint, could be any number of things. But we have up to that amount of money from the town meeting appropriation to spend on that. So I wouldn't, I will answer it that way. That I don't think the town meeting article did not limit us in the choices to make. Concrete or cement boards have been mentioned as a possibility. We could do brick, we could, everything else. The original article was limited, it was specifically to painting. So even if we could have done vinyl for the same amount of money and we wanted to do vinyl and we were like, rah, vinyl, we couldn't because that article limited us to painting. So in a strict sense, the town meeting appropriation does not limit us in that way. Hope that answers that question.
And I thought we were going to do that. I thought we were going to have that discussion.
Well, I think we are having that discussion.
About which materials to use, so I don't think that's inappropriate.
Well, part of that is to get some expert opinion as far as the way, to make that decision, is provide some input from people that are smarter than all of the 5 on this board, since none of us are construction people, and none of us are architects.
Yeah, so to that point, I am also a little confused that I was actually hoping for a number on, you have to replace a quarter of the boards, that will cost this amount of money, and then the painting will cost that amount of money. I was kind of hoping for an estimate on that direction.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
so we can do that, and my objective with this project was to come before the board, discuss the costs associated with what we think is a good approach, which is vinyl. Whether the board believes that is the case or not, that's not me. And if there are alternatives, such as just nail them back in and selective replacement and paint it, we'll come up with an idea on what that cost is. We can come up with a number to completely replace the clapboard. It's the cedar. It's pretty clear. It's 5 times the price of vinyl. So I mean, I could take $340 and times 5 very easily. Or is there another alternative? Do we want to do brick? And I mean, I'm being facetious, but if the board gives us direction to say, we want a number for selective demolition and replacement with 5-inch rough exposed cedar with stain, and replace none of the trim or all of the trim or what have you, let us know. And we'll put together a number, an estimated number, very similar to what you see here, with a scope that the board wants to go forward with. And we'll come back with the numbers. And if there's 2 other things you want to get done, let me know what they are. I'm not married to vinyl. John isn't married to vinyl. I'm not married to cedar. I want what the board wants, which is a tight building that Chief Griffin doesn't have to worry about getting water and mold into. And how we get there, as long as it doesn't cost more than $260,000, I'm happy to implement it. So if it's what you're thinking with Sherwin-Williams and some boards to replace, or if it's selective demolition like you're describing, or brick facade,
But you're describing.
No.
and whatever Laura decides to come up as well.
And
Mike also, whatever you choose, let us know. We'll come up with some more alternatives and numbers and come back and say, what do you want to do?
Flagstone.
Yes, exactly.
140-year-old cedar shingles.
Right. Well, I like that. I like the fact that there should have been we thought there would have been an alternative, here's what it would do if you did this and this, and here's what it would do if you do vinyl.
Well, I looked at the number for cedar, and it's 5 times the price of vinyl, so I said, well, I'm not even going to engage that discussion. I never thought selective was a preferred approach, because you replace 4 boards that with brand new, and the adjacent 4 are old. They're likely going to be looking just like the ones you replaced in a few years, possibly. I don't know.
But, I mean, could we, for example, and I suspect we can, get a price on replacing cedar on the front face of the building, just complete replacement? Because I can see, as walking up close to that building, the front's in pretty bad shape. I could see where somebody might have to look, let's examine every board and see which one we need to replace. It may end up being 75% of those boards, in which case it's probably a lot cheaper to go ahead and just do the whole thing, skip the examination phase for that, but then maybe something a little bit different on the other 3 sides. I don't know what that mathematical exercise will end up
Mr. Chair,
providing.
just one thing to consider too is there'll be dissimilar materials, whether they're both cedar.
Yeah.
One's 35 years old, one's new, okay? It's not gonna take stain the same. It may be very obvious that they're different materials. Again, just something to think about, whereas we might have to go to a paint rather than a stain to do that. Again, I'm just,
Right.
thinking about, I think about the finished product
Yeah.
and how you get there.
You're right, you'd get more consistency with paint.
Right. Well, again, I think we wouldn't be able to stain because the stain won't take the same between the two different
Yeah.
cedars.
Yeah.
Again, this is something, the only other thing I worry about too with Sherwin-Williams is what's their paint warranty, depending on the material you put it on. Again,
Well,
that's
I can give you some of the information they sent me.
No, that's-
I can give that to you.
that's fine. It's just a question that I would want clarified too.
All right, I'll give you the rep
You know,
number.
paint's great, but will it perform the way it's supposed to? That's the main thing.
Well, of course, he's the paint man, so he will say that anyhow, but.
Oh, yeah.
But I would assume that the solid stains are latex solid stains, and there's, I'm sure, warranties on it and what it will do.
Yep.
One of my concerns with selected demolition on a limited budget project is when what you described happens. And we estimate it based on walking around, and, Lisa, you indicated clearly, it's not all bad. So what's the number? We say it's 30%, we say 40% to be conservative, the contractor gets out there, starts pulling out, and it's 60 to 70%. Then all of a sudden, we have a selective demolition around a building, and we don't have enough money to finish it. And then what do? It's a catastrophe. When you don't have enough to do the worst-case scenario from a municipal perspective. My house, I go to the bank, I beg for more money, I pay through the nose, and I get it done. But we don't have that luxury here. So I worry a lot about selective demolition with not being conservative enough with how much needs to be demolished. That's all. That's a dangerous process.
My own take is, we screwed up as a town. None of the people in this room were part of that decision-making process. I don't know when it was made, or the lack of decision to actually do the work. This building should have been maintained better, and we're paying the price for probably a somewhat small expense. I think the least expensive way to do it and have it last a long time probably is vinyl. I don't love vinyl. I'd rather have it be cedar. But quadrupling or quintupling the materials cost and then adding some for labor, we're, could be talking $750,000 before we're done. We were practically thrown out of town meeting at 540. I'm not going back to 750. So I don't know. I have a feeling to do it right, we're going to end up with vinyl, unfortunately. But I have no problem looking at alternatives if the board wants to investigate alternatives and seeing what we come up with. I want to make sure we have a very high level of confidence that what we're doing is good, or we make a knowledgeable decision that what we are doing is temporary. If, for example, if Chief Griffin had told us when we asked him, hey, what do you think about the future use of the police department in this building? If he had said, yeah, we've got to replace this building, we've got to look somewhere else in 5 to 10 years, I would say let's do the cheapest thing possible. No question, no question. But everything that he has told us and the prior chief has told us is that the building works. It's going to need, a little bit of work, maybe a small addition for better storage or something like that, but the building layout works. There aren't any big problems. It's going to need some system HVAC upgrades and things like that as the building ages, but the building envelope, the building structure is solid. So my thinking is we shouldn't be making a decision based on an assumption that we're going to be replacing the building in 5 to 10 years. We should be making a decision based on we're keeping this building, for the next 30 years plus. So that's where I would like to go on this as far as an end result. Julianne?
Dare I mention the windows? So there was a reference made to one of the windows badly needs to be reglazed.
The Palladium.
And you mentioned when you would do a project, you like to see windows replaced.
I haven't
that?
inspected the windows, to be honest. I
The
haven't
windows
looked.
need to be inspected. They look pretty clean. The Palladium is the only one that looks to have the seal that's been broken
Yeah.
on the front.
So should we get an estimate on that?
Well, yeah, I think, the thing is that we can't decide whether we're gonna keep this building for 30 more years. It's really, I think that's something that takes a longer discussion. And I think that when they were talking about it with coming forward, for next year, they were supposed to do the $100,000 for the feasibility study, because it
Which
was
is going
in
to cost a
50
lot more
years.
than $100,000.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what he had put down. I'm just going with that.
Mhm.
So to assume that it's going to be a building that'll be there for 30 years, there are some things he's very good. He doesn't ask for a lot. There's a lot of things that should have been done a lot sooner than have. But I do think that the building could be, if you want, you could test the absorption of a section to see how the stain absorbs into the cedar, and you can tell right there whether or not it's gonna fail. But
I don't know if you can sort of check the aging.
There's ways that it can be tested. It can be tested. But then we're gonna wait and see how long are we gonna leave it exposed to see how it.
Right, that's what, you don't stay in
We'd have to
and see in
wait,
5 minutes.
we might have to wait 2 years.
Yeah.
And see how it performs, but we don't have that time.
Right.
Money-wise, you have a limited
I
time frame.
personally, I think we owe it to the people to take the least amount of expense, and ripping all the stuff off to put something else on is a huge labor.
There's no question, it's more expensive. Luckily, it is half the expense, roughly, give or take, than what we thought with the prior estimate, which I think everybody in this room thought was a little batty. My gut feeling, and it's just a gut feeling, is that simply painting or staining there and replacing a few boards is not gonna get us a long life, and I think we do want a long life on that building. Again, the flip side of that is if we make a decision that we're going to do a short-term solution, we are committing to a larger project in a shorter period of time. That larger project is either going to be another painting or staining project, and you're going to be here in another 3 or 4 years with the same thing, and I'm sure you're looking forward to that. Or we're going to be looking at a building replacement because the value of the building has deteriorated so much that the need to replace the building has increased by the fact that we have not adequately protected the building from water infiltration and the siding and all of the other things that go along with it. And I'm concerned, I really do think that short-term decisions were made in the recent past that led us to where we are today. I'm concerned about repeating that problem, repeating that mistake.
I'm wondering what the sheathing is gonna look like around the penetrations with no wrap.
Mhm.
I mean, the building wrap you normally see at Tyvek or whatever it is,
Yeah.
that material. Behind the clapboard that was loose, it was non-existent. It was
It was like a craft paper.
Yeah, it fell apart when you touched it. So I wonder where the penetrations are, where that house wrap is no longer present. what the sheathing is gonna be around the penetration.
Again, that's what I was mentioning to you about that project, was a senior housing project in Grafton. 14 buildings re-sided. I'm not gonna tell you what the price was, because it was scary that they could do this. But every side of the building where we opened, took the siding off, and they had put windows in, they didn't flash them properly, and everything rotted. Now, there was flashing above the window, but as it ran down the sides and ran behind the existing siding, when they pulled that siding, it rotted all the way through to the plate on the ground. So they had to cut up the plate and infill the studs under every window in 14 buildings, which pretty much doubled the price of the job. Because now they're bringing in carpenters to frame, to resheath, to wrap, and then side again. So I understand where Scott's concerns are, is we don't know what we might find.
And the reason I express that concern is with a selective replacement. And I'm not pushing one direction or another. But to spend whatever it is, $80,000 to re-nail in some boards and replace some that are obviously rotted and then paint or stain it. If there's that issue behind it, I'd rather know it. I'd rather have the contractor come out, demo the front and say, oh, stop, look at what we see. All right, let's get the front done, let's change the scope here, let's just get the front done, and we're gonna have to figure out what we're doing with the rest, because we've got what John just described. Rotted structural timber around penetrations. You'll find that when you do a full demo. But again, I'd implement what you choose.
All right. I'd love to hear from, Julianne spoke up a little bit. Laura, I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I appreciate all that you've done on this, but hearing that there is another opportunity to possibly save money and save some of the taxpayer money, I appreciate what Lisa brought forward. If we could look at that, I would appreciate it. But thank you for.
So that would be a scope and estimate for selective demolition and replacement with in-kind cedar. And I'll take John's advice on likely a paint or a stain paint or something to that effect that isn't a pure stain, because I know if I got a piece of wood that's been stained, I try to match it, I'll spend 3 tubs of Minwax for 2 weeks and I'll never match it. And I don't want to see a patchwork at the
Yeah,
end.
I don't think any of us do.
Yeah, but with vinyl, it's gonna fade differently on all sides anyway, so we're not looking at perfection
Well,
with
a lot
either.
of the new vinyls are color through. I know that some years back, my house was damaged during a hailstorm. And my original siding, you could put your hand on it and actually wipe chalk. But they didn't do the coloring the way they do it now. All the raw material is the color, not just the outer layer.
Oh, I see.
It goes right through. So they tend to brag about their performance over time and the reduction of the fading issue. Again, that's just, the premium stuff is color through, all the way through.
Well, I know my vinyl is colored all the way through, and it's,
My original vinyl didn't last 15 years.
right,
The new stuff I put on, there's no problem.
has it lasted 15 years?
Yep,
Yeah, that was the hailstone, right?
yeah. No, it's the same color it was when I put it up. I kept extra pieces, and I've matched it, and patched a few holes and things with it, and you can't tell the difference.
Mike? And then I've got another
Yes.
audience member again.
Yeah, thank you. There's been a lot of discussion, and it's worth it, right? Because the money, all this money is coming from the town taxpayers, from their, but there's been a lot of discussion tonight, a lot of discussion in previous meetings, a lot of discussion at town meeting. Town meeting did approve, if my numbers are roughly right about $260,000 towards this project. So they approved a pretty significant amount to fix the house that our police live in. And then from this estimate that we're looking at, it's a little bit less than maybe $100,000 to do the whole thing and to do the work. And correct me if I'm wrong, that was to redo the whole building, around $340,000, which is the difference between 260 and 340 is less than what we, like an hour ago, approved to fix cracks at Melican, and is less than the 2 cruisers that town meeting approved for the police department. So again, the gap isn't that far. Vinyl, right? Cedar looks better than vinyl, but again, this isn't an antique or older building in the center of town. It is a police station, and we have to be good stewards with money, right? With the cost of cedar versus the vinyl, you have to make a sort of hard dollars and cents decision there, in sort of my opinion. And this is just speaking for myself. At town meeting, on the street, on Facebook, everybody applauds the police and the great job that they do here in Northborough. I think it's worth it to get this job done, to seal up their house, to seal up their place of business, weather tight, make it last 20, 25 years with the vinyl siding. Chief Griffin has come before this board and has said he doesn't foresee them needing a new building. Maybe some improvements or additions for storage, Mitch, that you had referencing him. I don't, the longer we wait, any damage that's there is only going to get worse. Town meeting has already approved a significant sum of money to move the project forward. I think we owe it to the citizens who approved it at town meeting and to our police to move forward with something on this project. And I think that's something based on, the experts that we've gotten opinions on, both in this room and in other meetings, that means doing vinyl siding on the building. So I don't know if it calls for us to a vote to move it forward, but I don't think kind of going back and forth kind of gets us in the direction that we want to go. So if it was, in my opinion, I would be okay with moving forward, trying to get the building sealed up with vinyl to move it forward and get it finished. If it was legal, I would be okay with, trying to bridge a gap with some ARPA funding to just finish the entire building. And that's just kind of where I stand, where I would be comfortable even making that vote tonight. I understand not everybody may be, but I just wanted to kind of explain sort of where I kind of see things from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. How long do you think you would need, or how soon would you be able to come back to a board meeting with some additional information for additional options so we can make a decision on moving forward? I agree with Mike's concerns. I want to get this done.
What do you think, John, about putting together a selective demo? And I assume it's selective demolition, replacement of in-kind cedar, and then paint or stain or something to that effect. That's the alternative.
Sure. I mean,
I don't know what other alternative.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I would trust your expert in as far as percentages of how much to demo, how much to put in contingency, how to deal with all of that. That's, I trust the experts on figuring this out.
A couple of weeks, a month?
Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, so probably your July meeting, I'm guessing.
Because I'll go back out and look a little closer at some of the areas.
So just to be clear, we'll get out there and have a better handle on what a selective demolition would be, quantity-wise. We have numbers associated with the cedar. It's a little bit different labor costs associated with selective demolition as opposed to full demolition. The price per square material doesn't change, but the labor certainly goes up. And we'll be sure to get a little deeper of an evaluation of what the condition of the existing cedar is, because just because we come forward to this board with another number doesn't mean that's the recommendation that the professional would come forward with.
Right. No, I appreciate that.
It may be, we don't think it's a good idea, but if you choose to, you choose to.
Yeah. No, I would look for you to come back with a second option and a recommendation once you've evaluated both. Mm-hmm. Yep. Which you recommend and why.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then we take that under advisement.
I appreciate it.
Are we okay with that? And I would ask to move as expeditiously as possible. Yep. I'm concerned going into another winter with the building the way that it is.
Yes. Your July meeting is that on the 15th? I believe it is.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll shoot for the 15th and have you get some information beforehand.
Let me check.
Yeah, I mean, if
We
you
have a
can work
special
magic and
meeting.
come back on the 17th of this month, that would be grand, but given what you said, I won't hold you to that. I won't even ask you to say it, to comment on it. I would just-
15th of July.
It's July 15th.
I'm gonna be away,
You're gonna be away?
well, first week of July.
Okay, so the 15th
Yeah.
will work.
Yeah, we have one meeting scheduled for July. It's always possible that we'll add a second one.
And if we get, as soon as we get information, we'll send it to the board, so you
Thank you.
have it in advance, and if you want to email questions for clarification, obviously not a deliberation, but questions for additional information, we're happy to provide it.
Thank
So that
you.
when we get together, it's not, this came, we worked on this all weekend.
Thank you.
Trying to get this to you Saturday and Sunday, so it wasn't like it was in my quiver on Thursday. I was like, I'll get it to you Monday.
No, and I had spent last week doing some research and looking up numbers and wages and hours and all that fun stuff, so.
Before you leave the table, Patrick F. has raised his hand again. I just want to recognize him. Consistent with recognizing the, Patrick, if you could, you've already identified yourself, but if you could let us know what's on your mind.
Yeah, I really shouldn't get the last word on this one, I don't think. But I just wanted to point a clarification. There was, it's been mentioned a few times now that this sort of going for sort of a cheaper option sort of helps the taxpayer in some way. And people might be listening in and might hear that and might think it's true, right? And I'm just looking for confirmation that the money that was allocated at town meeting came from free cash. Like the amount that gets spent here, if all 300 or 260,000 gets spent to fix this problem, there is absolutely no impact to the taxpayer at all. Is that a true statement?
I mean, it's free cash, so it is money that the taxpayer has already spent because it's left over from a prior year is how it ends up in free cash. It is still taxpayer funds. So what you suggest, Patrick, is technically correct that people won't be taxed additional money for this, but any money left over this is money that we've already collected in taxes. If there happen to be any money left over for this, it's not that it evaporates, it would then roll into some future free cash year and then could get appropriated for some other purpose.
That makes sense. So my parting comment is, again, to my earlier point, the residents gave you all permission to spend $260,000. Please spend it to fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are we good on this one? And Scott, are you staying for the dog park? Might as
well.
Might as well.
We should have brought him coffee
Thank you all.
today.
Oh, I got a cemetery deed too, I'll stick around for that.
John, thank you very much for joining us and the information. Appreciate it. All right, next up, we've got acceptance of a Stanton Foundation grant award for the construction phase of the proposed dog park. It's exciting to see something actually move along.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, give us a quick summary.
Yeah, so as we're aware, we have a dog park project that was, had funds appropriated at a town meeting out of CPA, and they were contingent upon receipt of a grant from the Stanton Foundation. The Stanton Foundation provides grant funds specific to dog parks. They did support the design phase of the project with a monetary award. Typically, when they award a design, they see through to the construction to provide a grant in that effect. So this is a $250,000 grant that has been awarded to the town. Lori Connors, our planning director, worked diligently with the Stanton Foundation to make sure the design meets all their requirements. The Stanton Foundation does not simply just fund any dog park. It can't just be a gravel parking lot with a bunch of fence in the woods. It needs to have a water source. It needs to be ADA compliant and accessible. It needs to have certain amenities for large dogs and small dogs, shade structures and the like. So there's a lot of requirements that needed to be met in order for the design to comply with the Stanton Foundation's requirements. I was part of the communication from an ancillary perspective, but certainly saw all the work that she put in to get this project approved by the foundation. So the project status The project has been designed, it was publicly bid, and there is a notice of award that has been issued to the low bidder, Cataldo. They're the ones who actually built the pickleball courts in town. They've done a lot of recreational facilities. They do a lot of work in some of the larger private schools, the St. Mark's type of schools where they're building large athletic complexes and the like. They do a lot of work in Wayland and Wellesley and those areas. Very well experienced in this kind of work. The notice of award went out, which provides the contractor authorization to obtain bonds, insurance documentation, so that the contract phase of the project can go forward and then start construction. The goal is to get this constructed and substantially complete this calendar year, so that come 25 spring, the facility can be open and available for use. I understand that the city of Marlborough has opened their doors of consideration for a possible water connection to the dog park, as well as, if Rick Leaf is watching, to the Habitats for Humanity's buildings there. So we did provide that. I did provide that information over to Lori, so she can get it to her project team to pursue a water connection. I think everybody's happy to know that we won't have to go through the well for the puppy well. So that's the status of the project today. If you have any questions about where we're at, where we're going, how we got here, I'm happy to answer them from what limited knowledge I have.
And my understanding is you are seeking approval of the receipt of the grant funds tonight so that the contract can be executed, because we can't do one without the other.
That's correct. We cannot execute a contract without approval as to availability of funds.
Yep.
By our finance director, and the grant is when funds are needed for that.
Yep, and the contractor is ready to get started, and what I was told is any delay in this, in theory, may change the schedule.
We've got a pre-construction meeting tentatively scheduled for next week, so our goal and objective is to get this growing quickly.
Laura.
This is great news. Thank you. I know there's a really eager dog park group in town that'll look forward to this. Is the total cost for the project going to be $585,352 minus the $250K grant that we're receiving, or is it? What's the total?
The total is that
Okay.
585 number. That's inclusive of the CPA funds
Got
as
it.
well as the grant money.
And thank you to Lori for completing the grant and all the work to put this possible and get those bids completed.
I can attest to how much work it was
Yeah.
from the sidebar. It was not, didn't appear to be very easy for her, but she got it through.
Yeah. And I'm also lastly very happy that we seem to have some really good relationships with Marlborough.
Yeah.
I ran into the mayor over the weekend. He was very enthusiastic about doing more with us and the relationships between our towns. And I know that has a lot to do with the positive relationships that you're building. So thank you.
We're all getting along for a change, knock on wood.
It's good.
Wonderful.
He said the same thing.
Yeah.
Excellent. Other comments from the board? Comments, questions?
Great news.
Looking
Yeah.
forward to dog
Yeah.
park.
This is really good. Our quickest agenda item yet. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, to accept funds in the amount of $250,000 from the Stanton Foundation Grant Award for the construction phase of the proposed dog park, and to authorize the planning director to expend such funds.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor.
Thank you.
Save the best.
Thank you very much. You stick around as long as you'd like.
Hope you don't miss me.
Thank you.
Poor guy.
Have a good night.
Very good. Jason, you're up. Next up, we have Finance Director Jason Little for two items. One, approve an execution of bond anticipation notes and advances in lieu of borrowing. And two, appointment of Scanlon and Associates as independent auditor for FY 24 to 26. In whatever order you want to take things in.
All right, well, thanks. There are two distinct issues that we're addressing, so I'll just start with the bond anticipation notes. Obviously, there's a memo in the packet about the results of the sale of the notes, bond anticipation notes, or bands, as we refer to them. The net interest rate is 3.7694% that the winning bidder put in. It was Fidelity Capital Markets that submitted the winning bid. There were 5 bids received, and if you look at them, they were fairly close, and it was, a competitive process, and we took the lowest cost bid. Within the packet, there's a table of historic interest rates. Obviously, we're in a climate of rising interest rates, so we're pleased that these came in within budget. We budgeted 5%, so we're going to have some budgetary savings across all of the funds that fund the debt for these projects that are listed. There's 7 projects that the $4.2 million are going to provide cash to continue these projects. In addition to that, the select board will be required to vote to accept the winning bid. There's some physical paperwork that will need to be signed tonight, which I'm glad to see Mitch has that. We'll watch that closely. There is just
You need to mail that out tomorrow, right?
Yeah, there's a relatively tight window where we have to get this to bond council, and it needs to go in overnight courier tomorrow. So we've had issues in the past where a select board member left at the end of the night with the packet, and we had a little longer window, but we need to make sure that doesn't happen tonight, because
Right. So
it
on the
needs to go out
assumption,
tomorrow.
assumption that we approve this tonight, don't leave this room without signing. Yeah, there's a lot of,
I'll take it.
there's a lot of
Mike
sign.
is safe.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of sign here tabs on this.
Yeah, there's a lot of sign here tabs. There's a total of 7 for every member that's going to sign it, to sign. Plus, there's 2 additional special signatures that the clerk needs to sign that the meeting was held properly. So anyway, moving along to the second part of this memo, the town can advance money to itself to start projects, and it's just a routine practice that we follow here. There's 3 projects these are the remaining 3 projects that we're authorized to borrow for, but have not borrowed for or issued debt for. It's fire engine, the fire pumper that was approved this year, and then the Peasley School feasibility project. I don't think any money will be spent from the feasibility project, but there's no harm in advancing money to ourselves in this process. And again, there's some physical paperwork there that will need the board signature as well. That's less pressing. This would be effective July 1st for these advances. So the reason for that is because we need to borrow. If we've spent money on a project and we haven't borrowed money for it, it would be a deficit in the project, and we would be hit for free cash from that. We wouldn't lose any money, but the state would subtract that money from the money we have available to spend out of or certified free cash. So at the beginning of the year, we are allowed to advance money to ourselves through this process here by filling out these forms and sending them into the state. We can use our own money to fund debt basically for a short-term basis until the end of the year, when if money is spent on any of these projects, we will have to either short-term borrow or long-term borrow. So basically, that's the encapsulation of all of the debt talk that I have.
Great, thank you. Any questions about those 2 items for Jason? Okay, this is just a mechanical thing that we have to do to keep going with things the town meeting have approved.
Yep.
So we've got a motion for the bond council, and then another one on the advances in lieu of borrowing. Why don't we do, Lisa, if you want to make a motion?
I'd like to move the board vote to adopt the vote as prepared by Loch Lord as bond counsel relating to the approval of the town's June 2024 notes as prepared by Finance Director Jason Little.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Next one, Julianne.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve and execute advances in lieu of borrowing effective July 1st, 2024, relating to the borrowing authorizations approved at the April 22nd, 2024 town meeting and as presented by Finance Director Jason Little.
Second? Sorry.
Thank you.
I just needed somebody to second it. We've got that motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura. Any discussion?
Can I just, through the chair, I would just add that motion would encapsulate also the fire engine that was approved at the 2023 town meeting.
Okay. Great. We don't need to include that in the motion.
I think in the motion, it just specified 2024's
Oh, so,
meeting, but
so shall I amend that to say 2024 and 2023 town meeting?
sure.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm
so you-
changing the motion.
Okay, so you're making an amendment, you're okay with that, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, friendly amendment, done. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Ann?
Aye.
Lisa? Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very, very much. And next up, we've got the auditor.
Perfect. Well, it's the board's purview to appoint our independent auditor, and we were finished with our first 3 years with Tom Scanlon after the town had been audited by Bill Frere, and he retired for many years. It was over 20, I believe. So we have a proposal from Scanlon that was procured for you, and what we would ask you is to reappoint Tom Scanlon for the next 3 years, for 24, 25, and 26.
Any questions?
He seems really quite competent.
Yeah, so when Bill Frere retired kind of unexpectedly, there's a little bit of a backstory because we had been audited by Bill for many years, and we had his last 3 years of the most recent engagement that we had with him, he retired in his last year. Well, we couldn't sue him for and make him not retire, so we were kind of forced into the situation of having to go out to bid for auditors, and we were pleased. Tom Scanlon is a very well-regarded auditor in the municipal field. A lot of our neighbors have Scanlon, and it's a kind of elite group of people. So we were pleased that he submitted a bid when we went out. We went out and competitively bid with an RFP for the process. So we opened the door for any of the auditing firms that would be qualified to bid. And we were pleased that he submitted a bid, his firm. And as well, we have the added benefit of they audit the school district's end-of-year report. So many people don't know this. It's a separate engagement. CPA firms have to audit school districts. They report to the Department of Ed an annual per pupil expenditure report, and they need to have that audited. So Tom had been working in the school district, so there's some economies there from having familiarity with the school district, because the school district, the K-8 district, is a department of the town. It's one of the largest, but it is a separate department of the town. So having that familiarity gives us a bit of an economy of scale with him.
Can I ask a question?
Of
Quick
course.
question though. Do you have a recommendation on changing the auditor every 5, 6, 7 years, just for a fresh look, or?
Well, there's a recommendation to do that. I wouldn't do it every 3 years, because there's an amount of onboarding that has to happen and transition between firms. Whether it be 9 years, 12 years, that's the board's purview. He's primarily here to check my work or the finance department's work. So it's it should change from time to time, but it doesn't have to be the tenure that Bill Frere had here, where it was over 20 years. But
So you'll let us know.
yeah, it would be the board's purview to decide that.
I think it's also a good idea. Every 6 to 9 years would be probably my ideal. The concept is, especially if year after year after year, you get a clean bill of health on your finances, well, maybe somebody else should check it too and make sure that things are good. But I absolutely agree, 3 years is way too short
Oh, yeah.
to do that, unless there was something wrong, unless there was something we wanted different. And I'm certainly satisfied with the audits that we received by Tom. Okay. You have no other questions? I will entertain a motion, Mike.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I move the board vote to appoint Scanlon and Associates LLC as auditor for the town of Northborough pursuant to their proposal dated April 8th, 2024, and to authorize the town administrator to execute a contract for fiscal years 2024, 2025, and 2026.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Julianne. Any discussion? All those in favor, Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to be talking about ARPA next. It probably isn't a bad idea for you to hang around in
I'll
the room
stick
should
around.
any questions come up.
Okay.
Can we
Appreciate
take a
that.
5-minute break?
Yes, all right, 5-minute recess. Very good. Next up, we have, whoops, that one we did. Next up, we have discussion regarding a process and timeline for ARPA funding. So in your packet is a list that I put together of what I hope is every ARPA request that the board has ever received. What I did is I went through the Trinity event that was near the beginning of the process, the board input meeting that this board had about 2 years ago, and the ARPA input email that we had and everything. And I realized that Mike and, to a lesser extent, Laura and Lisa may not have seen all of those emails, but they are summarized here, and I will certainly obviously get everybody everything before we make any decision. So it is, and everything that's come in since. So by my count, what does that say, 131 items, or 100, I can't even read the print that small. And the total of the items that have dollar figures is $4.6 million. Most of the items in this list do not have dollar figures, because when the public sends in requests, they sometimes don't have the knowledge as far as how to put a dollar figure on there. So, the short of that is that we clearly have well more requests than we do have funds available. And Jason can confirm this, but I think as of a couple months ago, it was 1.77 million or so left. We've appropriated 75,000 of that tonight, so we have 1.6 and change. Maybe 1.7 even, something like that is about what we have left. So the thought process was, okay, we know, we've heard earlier tonight, we've heard many times before, we need to have this committed by the end of this calendar year, or we send a big check back to the federal government. And I suspect that I would be correct in assuming that everyone in this room, and those who are not in this room, don't want to send a dime back to the federal government. They've sent this to us for us to spend, we should spend it. So then the question is, what process do we use for going ahead and figuring that out when we've received significant and really good input from the public? Some of the items in this list we've already dealt with. Some we've funded already, some we've funded other ways, some have resolved themselves in other ways and are no longer appropriate, and we may have more ideas that have not come in. There's nothing that says that a board member or any member of the public can say, here's an idea we haven't thought about yet, let's fund that, and that's okay too. So I was thinking about how we might go about doing that, and I had an idea. Laura and I discussed it a little bit, and I've discussed it with a couple of other people, and so what I will propose is sort of a concept to try to encompass helping people as much as possible and trying to avoid what I fear might be some very challenging discussions. That potentially if we all came to the table at the same time and said, I think we should do this, I think we should do that, that might be a hard conversation to have. Don't know that for sure, but that's my guess. So my suggestion as a starting point is we take, I'll call it 1.6 million that's left, and we divide it by 5, so that's $320,000, and that we all agree that for our next meeting or the meeting after that, whenever we continue the discussion, we each come back with basically a request for, or a suggestion of how to spend, and I'll call it loosely, your budgeted $320,000, based upon whatever rationale you want to use, whatever rationale you feel is best. And we don't blindly say, okay, that's it, let's vote it, let's go home, but then that's a start of a discussion. And I hope it can be a respectful discussion that, for example, if Laura, you come in with a suggestion that we spend $25,000 on something, that the other four of us realize, all right, a member of this board thinks this is something good. I would like the default position to be respectful, and that's good. If you think it's really a horrible idea, we should never in 100 years spend any money on that, you can say so. That's okay. Eventually, we all have to vote on this. But I think that's a reasonable first blush way of going through and then starting that discussion. Because I worry that if we come in and say, okay, everyone throw out their ideas together, we could be in for a 6-hour meeting and not get anywhere, and we'd all hate each other's guts by the end of it. So it's kind of my idea. I don't anticipate in that second meeting we're going to have it all decided and go. We would bring it up, we would have that discussion. The next step might be, if we have some level of agreement on it, it might then be going to Diane and Tim and say, okay, if it looks like this, what do you think? Because some of it will be, what's the feasibility of doing some of these things? Some of it might be just kind of impossible to do from a technical point of view. Some of the things might be, for example, if there's a request for $100,000 and we as a board funded for $25,000.
Yep.
Is it something that organization or department can actually do something with along those lines that is successful? Or will they say, yeah, we can't really do that, in which case that's good information to have before we make final decisions. Also in that conversation, something may be on here for $25,000. I want to fund it for $25,000 and you want to fund it for $25,000. Well, obviously, we're not going to fund it for 50 if the thing only costs 25. So we figure out then what to do with it, and maybe we sort of split the difference, and then we have a little bit more money that we can put towards something else. And we can also say, oh, Lisa, you put in something for $50,000 towards a $100,000 item, and I might say, you know what, you're right, that's really good. Let's, we between us make some decisions and make some changes to what we've come back with, and try to fully fund the things that might need to be fully funded. It's a first step.
So our budget is $320,000?
$320,000, which is roughly what's left divided by 5. In reality, it's more than 1.6 million. I don't know exactly what it is. That would still leave, I am guessing, around $100,000 unallocated out of the total amount. We'll find ways of doing that. This conversation is going to, in one way, shape, or form, continue for the rest of the year, because even projects that we fund, even projects that we have funded, they will have some leftover money here and there. I want to make sure we spend it. The Proctor Roof was the biggest project that we've allocated money for. They had $25,000 left. They have actually probably a little bit more than that, but at least $25,000 left. We spent some of that tonight, and that's good. I want to make sure that, that we spend, if possible, every single penny. So I'll be looking to you, especially as we get towards the end of the year, to come up with ideas for how to do that.
Following the $73,000 that was additionally voted tonight.
Yeah.
The number that's unallocated at this point is $1,006,228.36.
$1,006,000?
1706.
1706.
228.
228.36.
36.
Okay. Yeah. So I thought it was about 1 point. I'm going to still say we could do it any possible way, but maybe we still start with the 320. That's a total of 1.6 million that we would be coming back with proposals for. That leaves $100,000 for other things that we haven't thought about. So in theory, if at the next meeting everyone agrees and that's what we do and everything is viable, that's kind of rosy. There's still a little bit left to deal with other surprises that may come up, whether it be siding for the police station or something new. It's kind of nice to have that flexibility. The other piece, and I put this in the memo to the board, is I think we should set a goal that by October 1st we have everything allocated. Allocated meaning we have voted on everything there, ideally earlier for as much as possible. That leaves some time for, on October 1st, we say, yes, we want to do a thing, and that thing requires going out to bid. It provides that time before the end of the calendar year to go out to bid and do a contract. So that's, in my head, that's kind of our deadline for for allocating the entirety of the remaining ARPA, also understanding that in December, we will probably have on an agenda for another ARPA allocation of leftover things in the various projects. Do you follow?
Well, I like the whole idea of this exercise, but,
Yeah,
so, one of the things that I would advocate for is sidewalks. And that's more than $320,000.
sure.
You can
So
have
how do I
mine
do
for
that?
sidewalks.
What's that?
You can have mine for sidewalk. There's two.
So we have to like play a little, can I have you?
I'll be honest, when Mitch had proposed it, I thought, we've got a couple ways that we can go through the list. There's some things that have a lot of detail and prices and some that are vague. And I like the idea that we can look at the project to us that'll be most meaningful. But sidewalks are definitely at the top of my list. And so this will just, I think, give us an opportunity to really look through it and make those decisions. But it was more just the opportunity to prioritize. And there's so many different ways to prioritize.
Well, I guess I don't understand the exercise then, because if I have only $320,000 to spend, I would not write sidewalks.
I understand.
I mean,
How do we do that?
yeah, I mean, you could come back at the next meeting and say, I want to put $320,000 towards sidewalks. We're having a discussion tonight, that might gel in some other people's minds. Or you may say, you know what, 250, and you might see a couple of other things in there that are important. We then start that discussion.
Okay.
That isn't, we're coming in and yes, that's how we're going to spend the money. That's going to be to start that discussion. And then if, let's say, you want to spend more than $320,000 on sidewalks and nobody else has put a penny into sidewalks, you can say, I'd really like to get this up to 500. And
Can I have some of yours?
yeah, exactly. And then you might say, oh, I was thinking about putting $100,000 into something else. And you might say, you know what, I'm okay reducing that by $50,000 so that we can bump up the sidewalk fund a little bit. It might also be that the thing that you come up with, you're $20,000 short on funding it, you might say, you know what, $300,000 for a sidewalk is still really great. I'll put some of my $20,000 into Laura's idea.
Okay, well, just one more question, I promise. Jason, did I hear tonight Mr. Scanlon say that by December of 2024, we also have to have the contractors?
Correct.
The contract's signed.
That's the definition
Wait.
of obligation. So it has to be either spent or there has to be an obligation for us to pay somebody specific.
And he said people are having a hard time finding the contractors. So is October 1st too far out for us to get these? I'm worried about that now.
Well, obviously, that seems like a tight time schedule, because on top of that, there'd have to be some kind of bidding to happen for whatever project it is.
So better to move
That-
it to September.
Yeah, no, I'd be fine earlier too. That was my, we have to have this all done. My hope is we can get this done, it won't be in one meeting, because we'll need to ask for feedback from Tim through department heads and things like that as to how to get some of the things done. So we'll probably need a couple more meetings. If we can get it done long before October, that's good. That was
We
kind
should
of.
try for August, right?
Yeah.
It's-
Oh, yeah.
Right, and,
Yeah.
I mean, with the suggestion of sidewalks, I know Scott is bidding those projects out anyway, and he may have a contract that complies with federal procurement already, but.
Okay.
That's,
There's the federal procurement thing.
so, if it dovetails with something that we're already doing, that may be a way to be more efficient with the procurement.
Okay, so that would change the discussion if,
Moving it earlier, I would recommend that too.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
so if I want sidewalks, can I call Scott and say how much?
So we still need to vote on everything, but yeah, no,
Oh.
you could call Scott and say, how much to do sidewalks, and we can decide as a board to fund things that are already underway,
Oh, that'd be good.
and the benefit, that doesn't get anything extra done directly, but it decreases the load on the taxpayer. So there are different ways of doing it. Or it could be, I want to do everything that we're going to do, in fiscal 2025 for sidewalks plus another
Yeah.
$300,000 to get even more done.
Uh-huh.
And then that would then be on the DPW to go ahead and bid that project out, or maybe they have a contractor in place and we could just say, we have another couple of streets for you to do. Sounds like he has some contracts that he can just add more
Correct,
to.
and I mean, I can't speak for him, but I think some of his procurements would probably comply with the federal procurement laws. I mean, because if we're following state laws and we've actually gone out to bid and not used an exemption, because that's the major difference between the state procurement laws and federal procurement laws, is that none of the exemptions exist that we frequently use for engineering. They invoked one for solid waste,
Yeah.
where we're exempt from solid waste, and architects and CPAs are also exempt from procurement, so we don't need to go out and bid Tom Scanlon services. So those exemptions don't exist under federal law.
Okay.
Well, I do think that some of the stuff that we've talked around about is that you want to get the biggest bang for the buck. And by that, I mean the sidewalks, we've still never seen a new sidewalk. I don't know how many years we've been asking for it. They want to have blinking crosswalk lights, which again, is how many people it benefits. It's a great benefit, it's a safety fix. Scott's come forward and asked for some of those. We've asked for trees, we've asked for crosswalks and those sort of things that won't get done unless we fund them. Or if they get done, they'll be not done in my lifetime. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can probably narrow it down a lot faster once we decide what the thrust is, because a little here and a little there and a little here and a little there doesn't ever get us to the things that we've been asking for so long. And it is those
I
things.
think, I am guessing that we have 5 people, we probably have 5 different sets of ideas. We may have some overlapping priorities, I'm sure we do. That's why my suggestion is, see if we can do it this way and see where we are. We may end up with 4 people each putting $250,000 into a thing, into whether it be sidewalks or something else, in which case, that by nature of that discussion is a top priority for the board.
I have to add, can you add onto your list,
Yeah.
Lori Connors would like to do a tree program in the downtown area, and I'm pretty sure the amount will be $25,000.
Is it possible for, if you do happen to request any type of pricing from staff, or can you share that, can that be shared with the rest of the board? Or,
Yeah, oh, sure.
just so we're not duplicating efforts, like, I'd like to know what areas need a sidewalk and what the cost impact would be.
Well, I think we already have half of that done because it was on the complete streets list.
But if there's something that Scott's already got in place that would qualify, just rather than requesting individually, if somebody gets that data, if it can be shared with the entire board.
Well, I don't think any of the procurements I don't think anything that he's done, to my knowledge, and you might know, he hasn't added anything. He hasn't added sidewalks. He hasn't done, he said that he wanted to do, for a town meeting, culverts and things were gonna take the place of sidewalks. So unless the sidewalk was already engineered or something, the complete streets has got the biggest list of each street and how much they cost. It's already done,
Okay.
although it has to be engineered. It's my understanding. So at least you'd have that to go, but,
And some of these things could be engineering in advance of funding some other way in the future. There could be, a lot of possibilities. Dream small, dream big, however we want to do it. Mike, any thoughts?
One question I have is, are there amounts that the board has previously allocated but aren't considered obligated, or whatever that term was? And, thinking like the streetlight conversion and the money's allocated to Blake Street, are those considered obligated as of now? Or if they're not, do we want to reconsider those funds back into the pot, or can we do that? Just how would we, do we know?
Maybe what we do is
of those projects?
Yeah, maybe we ask Jason rather than trying to answer that question on the fly, because
That is true, what he's saying, that
Yeah.
if there's not a contract existing for an allocation, that's not an obligation.
right,
So-
yeah,
So we have $1.7 million that's not allocated, but not all of the money that is allocated is obligated at this point.
Right.
So there should be a status that's sought from the departments that have gotten allocations to see what the status is with their project, to see
Yep.
if there are going to have a tangible contract that results from the allocation that has been given.
right, I'd say the biggest one is probably the streetlight one. I'm not sure.
Streetlight is.
Do you know if that's gone to bid yet?
I don't believe so.
I know.
Okay, right,
I just made a note to
yeah, yeah.
get a status.
My suggestion is we don't make any decisions on that, on anything like that tonight, is, I think, a $320,000 per person budget, if you want to call it that phrase, is a pretty large number. We can obviously have discussions at any point on anything that is not contracted. You know, understanding that staff has already spent a lot of time on some of these things, even if they're not contract signed. Julianne, did you have your hand up?
Do we have to figure out originally Lori came to us with the Blake Street project, which we allocated $250,000 for. But then there was the whole discussion, wherever town hall moves to, if it's not for West Main, should we do the Blake Street project? Is that still a question mark?
I know it's gone out to bid. I don't know what the
Really?
status
Wasn't
of
supposed
that
to.
otherwise.
I thought it was being held to go out to bid.
It was held until the town office's feasibility study committee made a decision.
Oh, okay.
as
We
to-
didn't, but we didn't. Did you vote on it? I don't think I
Oh, it
was
was-
at a meeting.
Yeah,
that
we
you
haven't
voted.
gotten that presentation yet. We're supposed to get a
Right.
presentation.
Yeah, next meeting. That's
Okay.
when that's scheduled for. Yeah, my understanding is they were waiting for that committee to make a decision, and then it was going out to bid.
I didn't know
I
that.
don't know that factually,
I didn't think that was the case.
yeah. But, again, we have voted to fund that.
But we also talked about waiting.
Again, we
Right, there-
can't get too into any single project tonight that's not on the agenda. But if, for example, we come back and we're short on money for things we want to fund, yes, we can, in theory, rescind prior commitments. I'm uncomfortable doing that, but that's a legal option we have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought that was still a question mark about the Blake Street thing, pending where town
Yes, and
hall.
I don't know the
Okay.
status.
All right,
And the other question I have, Jason, is the 20,000 that we allocated for the library for the
consultant,
consultant, now we've got a whole new,
That's done.
it's done?
Yeah.
we've got a
Oh.
consultant already?
Yeah. I'm
How is
almost certain.
How is
Yeah.
that working with the new department?
In speaking at the library trustees meeting, that's, the staff was very happy. That it actually made it easier to do that work. By having some of the items that were undecided, that we would have to have somebody research, that was kind of already done by CMRPC in their study and answered as to how we were going to implement the new town department. So it made it a little bit cleaner of a project for the library.
And what's the project now?
It's still the same project that was proposed.
They're looking for an expert.
I am reasonably sure that a contract is signed for that consulting project. That was approved in, what, November?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe for that next meeting, we can get an update on our ARPA allocations. and
I'm not
everything.
always privy to the
Right,
most
right,
up-to-date
yeah.
information, but on my end, I haven't recorded any contract in the system
Okay.
resulting from that allocation. It's
Yeah,
still,
yeah, I wouldn't expect you to know that off the top of your head.
but I am custodial contracts, so they should come through to me.
I'll
At some
follow up with Jen.
Yeah, yeah, I think just going through them all and getting an updated status is good. I will say that from my perspective, if the board has decided to do something, the board should not take lightly the thought of undoing that action. We have $1.7 million left in ARPA to spend. That should be our priority. Are we okay with that idea, that proposal? Do we want to do something different? Does anyone have another suggestion as to how do we appropriate the money?
How about we do 2 lists?
Okay.
One within the budget, and then one ideal, like, so say I
So
want
if-
$1 million to sidewalks. I have one list that says, my $320,000, but then I have my real wish, which would be $1 million for sidewalks. So can we do 2 lists?
Sure.
What do you think about that?
Anything that's going to help just to
Move
understand what
along.
the consensus of the board is.
Yeah, yeah. I worry that that might be a little bit more challenging because we're probably going to come back with $5 million lists. But we might not.
But then we'll
They
know what's
they might look the same. Yeah, I don't know. Mike, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I would say whether it's 1 list or 2 lists, kind of the, we need to go through a process to narrow down where those funds are going to go. So whether that's sort of staying within the confines of our 300,000 or going beyond that, just from our conversations, there's going to be overlap in requests.
Yes.
Right. So, if I have ideas or things from the list that Laura or Lisa or whoever agree with, it's not like, oh, I need to make sure I spend my 320, and we're not bartering, right? It's going through the process of trying to narrow this down and get to a point so that we, the last thing we want to do is give the government back money, because
Right.
then everyone's going to be mad at us. So that's what we definitely don't want to do. We definitely don't want anything to fall through the cracks, right? Stuff that was allocated but didn't get obligated, right? So we want to make sure we're, the departments that have gotten funds are moving them down the road to make sure that that's taken care of. But yeah, so I like the idea of whether, Mitch, your original idea, or tweak it with Julianne, create 2 lists, whatever, just, we come prepared for a meeting in August, or I don't know if it's something for the goal setting workshop as well, to come up with some ideas to start narrowing it down. I know there's been a lot of public input over the, almost like 2.5 years, however long it's been since the first the first meeting at Trinity, or 2 years ago.
A little over 2 years.
Yeah. So obviously needs and things have changed. Some things maybe aren't applicable anymore. Some things are done. Some things are funded. Some things are in the works. Is there any additional, just kind of everyone's opinion, should there be additional outreach, whether it's a simple survey or something to the residents to kind of get a pulse of where they want, or where they think the money should be allocated towards?
I think we shouldn't do that, mostly due to timing.
Okay. And then I think that's a fair concern. I just wanted to bring it up just so we had a discussion about it.
Yeah, I think we should follow up with this potentially at the next meeting, at our next regular board meeting in 2 weeks, or at worst, the July meeting. And to further this discussion along, because I think this will take a few meetings to sort through all of this. Bless you.
Thank you.
We have had significant public input, that generated probably half of the items on the list. And there's some good ideas in there. But I think it's probably too late from a practical perspective to go ahead and start that process again, because you would need to keep it open for a long period of time. At the same time, I will say, if somebody has a new idea that has not been presented to us, send it in.
Yep.
I don't know if that email address, arpainput@town.northborough.ma.us, is still live or not, or whether it forwards out to all current board members. I really have no idea.
I'll check on that
But,
as well.
but I would say to the public, if you do have an idea, send it into the board. Send it to selectboard@town.northborough.ma.us, or send it to Diane or to Tim or anybody else, or to me, and I'll get it out to everybody. It's not too late for input, but I think it's too late for organized solicitation of input without putting the timeline at risk, because we have to start making some decisions.
I have a question.
Sure.
So to your point, Mike, and your point about we do not want to give a penny back, should we have like a contingency list in case we find out that?
I was gonna volunteer in the meantime of the money that's not obligated but allocated, ask for some specifics from the departments that have those allocations, so I can report back to you.
Okay.
What,
Good idea.
like whether there's surplus in any of those numbers, or if it's likely that those would be able to be actionable in the time that we have left.
Great.
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah.
So from my books, sorry, through the chair, there's, including the 98,000 of, when I look at my numbers, and again, I'm not always privy, like you said, Mitch, you have some understanding of what happened at the library, but just a bill hasn't been paid and a contract hasn't been forwarded to me related to that needs assessment that was allocated there. But including the 98,000, there's $981,000 unobligated but allocated.
Mm-hmm.
That includes $200,000 for the Proctor roof still after the 25,000
Right.
is removed, because
You're still winding down
again,
bills.
I don't know what's left of their contract because they run their own
Yeah.
finances. I just
Yeah.
pay, their bills come through, but that's all that's left.
I reached out and asked what the balance was, and Becky guessed somewhere between 25 and 30, and she'd be comfortable with 25, which is how we ended up with that. Question for you, as far as, can we overvote at some point? My thinking is, as we get into December, could we have the magical motion of, I allocate $4 million of ARPA money to something that is under contract, to maybe at that point the fire station construction project or something like that, knowing that we don't have $4 million, but we, as a way of spending down whatever is left? Or is that not kosher?
I mean, there may be something like that. I talk to our auditor and figure out, like,
Okay.
it's kind of look okay for him when
Right.
when they do our single audit.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way, because
we get through it.
yeah, because we will have projects that are under contract at the end of December, but are not fully constructed, fully done, that might have money left over. And if we wait until after January 1st for that, in theory, if there's money left over, yeah.
The
then-
risk would be something that was a borrowing authorization, because again, that was something that I was, and again, this isn't something I have directly from US Treasury,
Yeah.
but it was from the CPA firm that works closely with them. They were recommended strongly against reallocating borrowing authorization items because of the prohibitions against using ARPA to pay for debt service. So, again, the reporting's relatively simple that we have to do to the federal government right now, but do we know all the rules? No, I mean, we don't. All we know is that what the prohibitions are, and some frequently asked questions.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
not a hotline to call to
Right,
talk to
right.
somebody.
Yeah, I was trying to think of ways to make sure we spend down every penny.
But yeah, having a contingency in place is probably a wise idea, but the best way to enact that, I'm not sure.
Okay.
A town-wide pizza party, whatever's left.
Right.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing support for the idea
Yep.
of a $320,000 budget in quotes and like $1 million one also. If we
Yeah.
wanna dream big and see what that
Yeah.
looks like.
The dream big list.
Yeah. Do we think we have enough time to do that in 2 weeks for our next regular meeting?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so that will be on the agenda for the meeting on the 17th of June. And I would say, bring the list. I'm trying to think of procedurally. Diane, maybe you and I will talk to think about procedurally whether we should have people bring it cold where no one has seen it, or everyone emails it to you and you could collate it ahead of time. I would want to make sure we don't violate any open meeting law stuff.
Right.
But it might be helpful to have it all in one place beforehand. So we'll figure that out. Everyone's good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that. I feel like we're at least moving in a direction. Next up, we have ratification of annual memorandum of understanding with the Northborough Extended Day Program for use of facility space. Di?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you, we have the annual MOU between the town and Northborough Extended Day Program. This is an annual, usually, it's been at least more than, 30 years or so, for a long time. This year, the only difference this year is the elimination of the clerical position. They used to share with Family and Youth Services about 6 hours a week, and that position has been eliminated because of the reorg, so we made up for that and the difference. So this year, it's $20,000 to the town, and that's for the shared space here at Town Hall, and some storage space.
It's a great program.
So again, for Mike's benefit, this is an annual item that we update every year. We have an MOU with them.
Yep, and I confirmed that they will be here, housed here at the Town Hall at least through fiscal '25.
How many
It's appropriate.
How many people are part of NEDP?
That are here,
Yeah.
like, there's 3.
Because are they just in that small alcove space?
Yeah, they're 2 full-time and then 1 part-time. I think they're, compared to other spaces I think they're about average.
Oh my goodness,
I know.
One,
it's very small.
sorry, just one question I have. I know, they're probably through 25 because there's a possibility maybe they become part of the schools. So then that would certainly change things after that. But where's that $20,000 coming from, right? Because anything NEDP is paying out is from, I don't know if you call it fees or tuition, right? Mostly, or I don't know where else they get their funding, from the kids that are at the after-school program, right? So working moms and dads are paying those fees for their kids to be able to go there, and then they're paying Northborough $20,000 to use a small alcove. And, just why are we charging them anything?
Well, they're
Like,
using
I understand if you're sharing staff, and there's a staff cost, but why are we charging them, space for our space in our town offices?
It's pretty common we're using some space that we could otherwise use for something. They're using the electricity, the internet, and
Right.
stuff
They
like
do
that.
have, yep. We provide services for technical services. It's been in place for years.
Okay, because I just know in another city municipality, a technically not affiliated city department uses space in City Hall and doesn't pay rent, utilities, or anything for web hosting. So, other municipalities.
I
other
think we
cities
would
could do
have to
things
find
differently.
another way to make up for that lost revenue. That there's, I'm sure, an expectation that we receive that money and that we would, it needs to get spent on stuff. If my suggestion, Mike, I think it's a worthwhile discussion
Yeah.
to have. Maybe not while we're expected to execute a contract, but maybe in advance of next year, if you want to propose a change to that kind of a structure. We could have that discussion well in advance between the town and NEDP.
Albeit small, that is one of our budgeted local revenues.
Okay.
And so the offset would be taxpayer money,
Right.
albeit small.
Yeah.
Right. And for the record, I would be perfectly fine with, and I think a lot of taxpayers would, but that's just my thought.
Yeah, I know there are also discussions about NEDP moving physically or otherwise, within the school department. So that discussion might be moot at some point. Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the fiscal year 2025 annual memo of understanding between the town and Northborough Extended Day Program for the use of office space and facilities at the town hall, and to authorize the town administrator to execute the same.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion? All those in favor say, oh, sorry, no,
Aye.
yeah, roll call vote. Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much. Next up, we have reports. Let's see. Hey, Mike, you want to start with reports?
Sure. So, yeah, I don't have any specific reports or anything like that to go over, and I know it's kind of a late hour. One thing I will say was it was nice to march in the Memorial Day parade. So that was that was a lot nicer than not that I thought it would be, but it was great to be there. Not as a spectator, but as part of it. Marching. With everybody else who was there, and to commemorate all those who have fallen in service to our country from Northborough. So that was nice to do as a new member of the select board, to do that little piece just to honor those folks who have made the ultimate sacrifice. So, but yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mike. Laura?
I'll be quick. I attended the financial planning meeting. I want to express my appreciation to all the members for their thoughtful questions as we're heading into our next budgeting cycle and what they'll be looking at going forward. I also enjoyed participating in the Memorial Day procession. I really enjoyed what you shared, Mitch, on behalf of the board. It was really meaningful words. And my heart goes out to all our fallen heroes. I wanted to let the community know that Summer Concert Series starts on June 30th. I also wanted to express my appreciation to the Community Affairs Committee for all they're doing to host that fun event. This year, they'll be doing collection for the food pantry, so please plan on using that as a collection spot when you attend events in the concerts over the summer. And I want to express my congratulations to the graduates and all those heading into their summer vacations in the next week or so. That concludes my reports.
Thanks, Laura. Julianne, any reports?
So, good news, Watson Park, which Gary Phillips started with his native plants, won the New England Botanical Gardens 2024 Community Greening Award. It's the first time any Northborough garden has won the award, and New England Botanical Gardens is fondly also known as Tower Hill. The beautiful doors and chairs are being auctioned off, and your last chance to bid is June 22nd. So please, take another second, third, fourth look and decide which one you want. Porch Fest will be June 22nd, rain date June 23rd, and that's a musical event in town, all over town. And thank you to all the volunteers and Lori Connors for the new planters.
Oh, they look beautiful.
That's it for me.
Thank you. Lisa?
I don't have any reports tonight.
Okay, thank you. I think everything that I wanted to say, I was very excited about the Watson Park Award. That's great. Thank you, Laura, for your thoughts on, that was the speech that I had to give, that I gave willingly on Memorial Day was harder than I anticipated it would be. That was, but I mean, the whole day was great. It was my first time speaking about my friendship with Major Olmsted, who the town lost in 2008, and someone that I knew pretty well in college. And I was also going to mention Porch Fest, one of the houses that will be used as the porch for a stage would be mine. So if you are available on June 22nd, tentatively between 2 and 4 p.m., and I forget the name of the band that will be there. But I listened to some of their music on YouTube, and they're really, really good. So come to my house, which is very easy to find. But the Cultural Council, I imagine, will be distributing a list and a schedule and everything else, and those were the only reports that I had this evening. We have, I'm sorry, Di, any reports tonight?
I just have a quick report, thank you. I just wanted to let the board know that I have hired an outside source to help with meeting minutes. Because we've been behind, we're having a tough time catching up, and it's, as you know, the open meeting law is pretty significantly, you have a certain amount of time. And we're kind of falling behind a little bit, so I look forward to getting you some meeting minutes for your next meeting.
Thank you.
To review and accept, and that's it for my report.
Thank
Great
you, Di.
idea.
Thank you.
Yep, very good. Next up, we have execution of a cemetery deed. Lisa, would you like to make a motion on a cemetery
I
deed?
move the board vote to execute cemetery deed 1188.
Second.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Laura to execute the cemetery deed. Any discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Cemetery deed is approved. Is there any other business to come before the board this evening?
I don't have anything.
Anybody have anything? Excellent. We have very little audience. Your audience, anything else? Okay, I won't drag that out anymore. Is there any public comment to end our meeting by anyone in the audience virtually or otherwise? Raise your physical or electronic hand. I'm trying to make it seem like we've got a busy audience in here. I'm looking around. Okay. There's no one here other than Jason. I see no hands raised any particular way, so I declare public comment closed. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura to adjourn. All those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Think about that.
Why?
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. We are adjourned at 11:07 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.